Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. Okay, so I've never posted anything like this before, but I need to get this out. I've been carrying it around for a while now, and it's just eating at me. I was visiting my family in the UK last year. They live in this super old house out in the countryside, like it's been standing for 350 years or something crazy like that. My aunt and uncle own it, and they're used to the quirks. But I'm from the city, so old houses kind of freak me out anyway. But this one day, man, I still get chills thinking about it. It was a Tuesday, I think. Yeah, a Tuesday in early October. The weather was typical for England. Grey skies, a bit damp, and that kind of cold that seeps into your bones. My family had to go into town for some errands, something about picking up supplies for the farm they run nearby. They asked if I wanted to come, but I was jet-lagged and just wanted to chill, so I said I'd stay behind. Big mistake. Huge. The house is massive, with thick stone walls and creaky wooden floors that groan under your feet, no matter how lightly you step. It's got this smell, like old wood and dust, mixed with a hint of dampness from the centuries of rain. I'd been there for a couple of days already, so I was starting to get used to it, but that day felt different from the moment I woke up. Maybe it was the silence. Out in the countryside, it's usually quiet. But this was a deep, heavy silence, like the whole world had paused. I spent the morning lounging in the living room, reading a book and trying to ignore the way the house seemed to breathe around me. You know how old places have their own sounds? Little cracks and pops as the wood settles, or the wind whistling through gaps in the windows. But this was more than that. Around noon, I started feeling like I was being watched. It wasn't a sudden thing. It crept up on me slowly. At first, I brushed it off as paranoia. Being alone in a big, old house can do that to you. But then it got stronger. I'd be sitting on the couch, and I'd get this prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me. I'd spin around, and of course no one was there, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I tried to distract myself by making lunch. The kitchen is at the back of the house, with a big window overlooking the garden. As I was rummaging through the fridge, I heard something outside. It sounded like footsteps on gravel. The driveway is made of gravel, so I figured maybe my family had come back early. But when I looked out the window, there was no car, no one, just the empty driveway winding through the fields. I shrugged it off, thinking it was an animal or something. We'd seen rabbits and birds around, so maybe a fox or something was scuttling about, but the footsteps kept coming, not constant, but intermittent. Crunch, crunch, then silence, then crunch again. They sounded deliberate, like someone was pacing back and forth. My heart started beating a little faster. I went to the front door and peered through the peephole. Nothing. The gravel path stretched out, empty, with the grey sky hanging low overhead. I unlocked the door and stepped outside, the cold air hitting me like a slap. The footsteps had stopped. I walked a few paces, my own feet crunching on the gravel, and looked around. No one, not a soul. The fields were empty, the trees still. It was so quiet I could hear my own breathing. I went back inside, locking the door behind me. That's when the real unease set in. The feeling of being watched intensified. It was like there was a presence in the house with me, something I couldn't see but could feel pressing in on all sides. I decided to go upstairs to my room and maybe take a nap, escape the weirdness for a bit. The staircase is this narrow, winding thing with steps that dip in the middle from centuries of use. As I climbed, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. My room is at the end of the hallway, and it's usually cozy, with a big bed and a view of the backyard. But that day, it felt off. The air was colder in there. and the light from the window seemed dimmer, like the clouds had thickened. I lay down on the bed, pulling the blanket over me, but I couldn't relax. Every little noise made me jump, the tick of the clock on the wall, the rustle of the curtains in the breeze, and that feeling of being watched. It was strongest in that room. I felt like there were eyes on me from the corner, even though I knew it was just a shadow from the wardrobe. After what felt like an hour of tossing and turning, I gave up on napping and decided to go back downstairs. Maybe I'd put on some music or TV to drown out the silence. As I was coming down the stairs, I heard the footsteps again. This time they were closer, like right outside the front door. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I froze on the steps, my hand gripping the banister so tight my knuckles turned white. The sound was unmistakable, someone walking on gravel, slow and steady. I crept down the rest of the stairs and tiptoed to the front door, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I peered through the peephole again. Still nothing. The footsteps stopped abruptly, like they'd been cut off. The silence that followed was deafening. It was so quiet, I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I stood there for what felt like forever, just listening, waiting for something to happen. And then it did. A loud bang echoed through the house. It was so sudden and violent that I jumped, stumbling back from the door. The sound came from the entryway. It was like something heavy had been thrown against the door from the inside. My eyes snapped to the front door, and I watched in horror as it swung outward, creaking on its hinges. It wasn't a gentle swing, it was forceful, like someone had shoved it open. But there was no one there. The door swung wide open, revealing the empty driveway and the grey sky beyond. I stood there, frozen, my breath caught in my throat. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. The door had been locked. I'd locked it myself when I came back in. How could it swing open like that? And that bang! It was so loud, like a gunshot or something slamming into the wood. I inched forward, my legs feeling like jelly, and peered outside. Nothing. No one. The gravel path was undisturbed. No footprints or anything. The air was still, and the world outside seemed unnaturally quiet. That's when I noticed the birds. Earlier in the day, I'd heard them chirping in the trees, a normal countryside sound. But after the bang, they all went silent. It was like someone had hit a mute button on nature. The silence was thick, oppressive. I stood in the doorway, shivering, and watched the trees. Not a single bird moved or made a sound. It lasted for what felt like minutes, just this dead quiet. Then all at once, the chirping started again, like nothing had happened. But it was different. More frantic, almost panicked. The birds were tweeting wildly, as if they'd been startled by something. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands trembling so bad I could barely turn the key. I backed away from the door, my eyes darting around the entryway. Everything looked normal. The coat rack, the umbrella stand, the dusty mirror on the wall. But it didn't feel normal. It felt violated, like something had invaded the space. I could still feel that presence. Stronger than ever. It was like whatever had caused the bang, and the door swinging was still there, watching me. I spent the next few hours huddled in the living room, too scared to move. Every creak of the house made me jump. I kept expecting to hear the footsteps again, or another bang, but nothing happened. The feeling of being watched never went away, though. It was like a weight on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I tried to call my family, but my phone had no signal, typical for the countryside. So I just sat there, staring at the door, waiting for them to come back. When they finally did, around dusk, I rushed out to meet them, probably looking like a complete mess. My aunt asked if I was okay, and I just mumbled something about being tired. I didn't tell them what happened. How could I? It sounds crazy even to me, a door swinging open on its own, footsteps with no one there, birds stopping and starting like that. It's not something you can easily explain. I've replayed that day in my head over and over. Was it the wind? But there was no wind that day. It was dead calm. An animal? But what animal could make a door swing outward like that? And the footsteps? They sounded too human. I've tried to rationalize it, but I can't. All I know is that something happened in that house, something I can't explain, and ever since I've had this lingering fear of being alone in old places. Sometimes at night I'll hear a noise and my heart will start racing, and I'll remember that Tuesday in October, and how for a few hours I felt like I wasn't alone in that 350-year-old house. I still don't know what it was, and I probably never will. Story 2. I stumbled into the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face, trying to shake off the grogginess. My reflection in the mirror looked tired, dark circles under my eyes, skin pale. I've gotten used to that look over the past couple of years, but today it seemed worse, like the lack of sleep was finally catching up to me in a way I couldn't ignore. I remember thinking, okay, just get through today, maybe tonight will be different. But deep down, I knew it wouldn't be. It never is. The whole reason this started was because of something I saw 2 years ago. I was walking home from a friend's place late one evening, and I cut through this alley behind my apartment building. It's usually well lit, but that night one of the lights was out, and I saw it, a black shadow, just standing there against the wall. It wasn't like a person or an animal. It was more like a patch of darkness that shouldn't have been there, shaped vaguely human, but without any features. It didn't move, but I felt this cold dread wash over me, and I hurried home without looking back. I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks, maybe from being tired, but that night, the nightmares started, and they haven't stopped since. On this day, though, I tried to keep busy. I went to work, did my usual routine, but my mind kept drifting back to that shadow. It's like it's always there in the back of my head, waiting. I work in an office, nothing exciting, just pushing papers around, and normally I can focus, but today, every little noise made me jump. The hum of the computer, someone dropping a pen, it all felt amplified. I remember my hands were shaking when I tried to type an email, and I had to take a break to calm down. I went to the break room and made a cup of coffee, but even the smell of it made my stomach churn. I ended up pouring it down the sink and just standing there for a minute staring at the wall. My coworker asked if I was okay, and I lied and said I was just tired. What else could I say? Oh yeah, I'm having nightmares about a shadow that's haunting me, and I think it's real. People would think I'm crazy. After work I headed home, and the walk felt longer than usual. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the sidewalk, and every time one moved, my heart would skip a beat. I kept my head down, trying not to look around too much, but I could feel eyes on me, even though no one was there. When I got to my apartment, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, taking deep breaths. The place was quiet, too quiet. I turned on the TV for some background noise, but even that didn't help. I kept glancing at the corners of the room, half expecting to see something dark lurking there. I made dinner, but I couldn't eat much. My stomach was in knots. I remember sitting at the table, pushing food around my plate, and just feeling this overwhelming sense of dread. It was like the air was thickening around me, making it hard to breathe. I decided to take a shower to relax, but as soon as I stepped into the bathroom, I felt that familiar coldness. The same chill I felt when I saw the shadow that first time. I turned on the hot water, but it didn't warm me up. My skin was goosebumping, and I could see my breath in the steam. I hurried through the shower, wrapping myself in a towel and rushing back to the living room. As night fell, I knew I had to sleep eventually. I've tried staying up late, but it never works. The exhaustion always wins. I set up my bed, checked the locks on the doors and windows, and even left a lamp on in the corner. I've read that light can help with bad dreams, but it hasn't made a difference for me. I lay down, pulling the covers up to my chin, and closed my eyes. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I tried to focus on my breathing in and out, but all I could think about was the shadow. Then I must have fallen asleep, because suddenly I was in the dream. I know it's a dream because everything has this hazy, unreal quality to it, but I can't wake up. It's like I'm trapped in my own head. This time, I was back in that alley behind my apartment, the same one where I saw the shadow. The air was cold and damp, and I could smell garbage and wet concrete. I started walking, trying to get to the end of the alley, but it seemed to stretch on forever. That's when I saw it, the black shadow, standing in the same spot as before. It was just there, motionless, but I felt it watching me. In the dream, I know I'm dreaming, so I tried to scream to force myself awake. But as soon as I opened my mouth, nothing came out. My voice was gone, like someone had stolen it, and then the loop started. Suddenly, I was back at the beginning of the alley, walking again, and the shadow was there. I tried to run, but my legs felt heavy, like I was moving through mud. I'd get a few steps, and then, bam, back to the start, over and over. Each time the shadow felt closer, like it was inching toward me, without actually moving. I could feel its presence, this cold, heavy weight pressing down on me. My chest tightened, and I was gasping for air, but in the dream it didn't matter. I remember thinking, this is it, I'm stuck here forever. I've had these loops before, but this one felt different, more intense. The details were sharper. I could see the graffiti on the walls, the cracks in the pavement, the way the shadow seemed to absorb the light around it. It wasn't just black, it was like a void, something that shouldn't exist. And I knew, with every fiber of my being, that it was the same thing I saw in real life. I tried to fight it, to focus on waking up. I'd pinch myself in the dream, but it didn't work. I'd close my eyes and try to remember my room, my bed, anything to anchor myself. But the dream just pulled me back in. At one point, the shadow started to change shape, stretching and contorting, and I felt this wave of pure terror wash over me. It was like my body was freezing from the inside out. My fingers went numb, and I could feel cold sweat on my forehead, even though I was dreaming. Then, the loops got faster. I'd be in the alley, see the shadow, try to scream, and then instantly be back at the start. It was dizzying, like being on a roller coaster that never stops. My head started to pound, and I felt nauseous. I remember stumbling and falling to my knees, the rough pavement scraping my skin. In the dream, it felt real, the pain, the cold, the fear. I looked up, and the shadow was right in front of me, so close I could have reached out and touched it, but I didn't want to. I was too scared. That's when I heard a sound like a whisper, but it wasn't words. It was more like static, this low hum that grated on my ears. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. The sound was inside my head. I started crying, tears streaming down my face, but in the dream they felt cold and sticky. I was so desperate to wake up, to escape, but nothing worked. I've read about sleep paralysis, where you're awake but can't move, but this isn't that. In these dreams, I'm fully aware, and I can move, but I'm trapped in this cycle, and the shadow is always there, taunting me. The worst part was when the shadow reached out. It didn't have hands or anything, but this tendril of darkness extended toward me, and I felt this icy cold touch on my arm. It was like being dipped in freezing water, and I jerked back, but I was still in the loop. Back to the start, walking, shadow, scream, loop, over and over. My body was shaking, and I could feel my heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. I was hyperventilating, but in the dream, it didn't matter because I wasn't really breathing. I don't know how long it went on. Time doesn't mean much in dreams, but eventually, something shifted. I managed to focus on a memory, something from when I was a kid, playing in the park with my dad. I held onto that image, trying to use it as a lifeline, and for a second, the dream wavered. The alley flickered like a bad TV signal, and I felt a jolt, like I was falling. I thought I was waking up, but then the shadow was back, stronger than ever. It felt angry, if that makes sense, like it didn't want me to escape. The loops started again, but this time they were mixed with other nightmares. I was in my apartment, but everything was distorted. The walls were melting, the floor was tilting, and the shadow was everywhere, in every corner. I was running, but I kept tripping, and each time I fell, I'd end up back in the alley. My throat was raw from trying to scream, and I could taste blood like I'd bitten my tongue. My whole body ached, and I was so tired, but I couldn't stop. I was trapped. Then just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, something happened. The shadow moved toward me, and this time it didn't stop. It enveloped me, and everything went black. Not like closing my eyes, but like I didn't exist anymore. I felt this overwhelming sense of emptiness, like I was floating in nothingness. There was no sound, no light, no feeling, just void. And in that moment, I was sure I was dead. I'd finally lost my mind, or the shadow had taken me for real. But then I jolted awake. I was back in my bed, drenched in sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs. The lamp was still on, casting a weak light across the room. I sat up, gasping for air, and looked around. Everything was normal, the same messy room, the same faint hum from the fridge. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. My arm where the shadow touched me felt cold, and when I looked down, there was a faint bruise like someone had grabbed me hard. I touched it, and it was tender, real. I stayed up for the rest of the night, too scared to go back to sleep. I kept checking the corners, expecting to see the shadow, but it was never there. The sun rose eventually, and the room filled with light, but I still felt cold. I've had these nightmares for 2 years, but this one was different. It felt more real, more personal. Like the shadow is getting closer to breaking through somehow. I don't know what it is, or why it's happening to me. I've talked to doctors, therapists, even a sleep specialist, but no one has an answer. It's not sleep paralysis. I'm fully asleep and dreaming, but I'm aware and I can't wake up. The shadow is always there, and after that night I'm more convinced than ever that it's connected to what I saw in real life. Maybe it's my mind playing tricks, or maybe it's something else, but I can't explain it. All I know is that I'm scared to close my eyes now, because I don't know if I'll wake up next time. And that's where it ended. Just like that. I'm still here, still dealing with it, and I have no idea what to do. Yes, sir. Story 3. It was the summer of 1988, the summer my mother died. Just like that. An aneurysm, they said. 1 minute she was laughing in the kitchen, and the next she was gone. I was 12. My dad had taken off years before, so there was nowhere for me to go but to my mother's aunt, a woman I'd only met once or twice at big family functions. Miss Edna. She lived in a town called Nortown, Pennsylvania, a place that felt like it had been forgotten by time. The house was the first thing that got to me. It was this old 2-story place, white paint peeling like a sunburn, with a big wraparound porch that sagged in the middle. Inside, it was all dark wood and heavy furniture that smelled like dust and old perfume. The floors creaked in a way that didn't feel normal. It wasn't just the sound of old wood settling. It was a specific creak, like someone was putting their weight down carefully, step by step, right behind you. From the very first night, I felt watched. Not in a vague, maybe it's my imagination way. It was a solid pressing feeling, like a cold hand was always resting between my shoulder blades. Miss Edna was a presence. She was tall and thin, almost skeletal, with skin so pale it was nearly translucent. She had these huge dark circles under her eyes, the kind that looked like fresh bruises, and her hair was a long, flowing wave of silver that she never seemed to tie back. She moved silently. You'd be reading in the living room and suddenly she'd just be there, standing in the doorway, watching you without a word. She wasn't unkind, not exactly. She fed me, gave me a bed, but there was a distance to her, like she was a ghost herself, just going through the motions of being alive. There was a portrait of her in the kitchen, painted on a white porcelain plate that hung on the wall next to the old gas stove. It was a younger Miss Edna, but the eyes were the same, deep and dark and knowing. I hated that plate. The first time I saw it, I swore the eyes followed me around the room. It felt alive. One evening, I couldn't take it anymore. I took a paper napkin from the holder on the table and I pinned it over the plate, covering her face. I felt a little silly, but also a huge sense of relief. Not 5 minutes later, Miss Edna glided into the kitchen. She stopped, looked at the napkin-covered plate, and then she let out this low, raspy laugh. It wasn't a happy sound. It was the kind of laugh that said she knew a secret you didn't. She didn't say a word about it, just took a glass from the cupboard and left. I never covered the plate again. Then there was the dog, Buddy. A big, shaggy mutt with a goofy, panting smile. He was the only normal thing in that house, but every night Miss Edna would give me the same instruction. Lock Buddy in the basement before you go to bed. She'd hand me this big, heavy, old-fashioned key. The basement door was thick, solid oak with a black iron lock. The first night I did as I was told. I led Buddy down the steep, narrow stairs into the damp, dark cellar, came back up, turned the key, until I heard the heavy thunk of the bolt sliding home. I remember feeling the cold metal of the key in my palm, the finality of that sound. It felt secure. The next morning, the door was wide open, not just unlocked, but swung all the way open, the key still in the lock on the outside. Buddy was upstairs, wagging his tail, waiting for his breakfast like nothing was wrong. My stomach dropped. I thought maybe I'd dreamed locking it. I told myself I must have forgotten, but I could still feel the ghost of that key in my hand. I could still hear the thunk. That night, I was extra careful. I locked the door. I jiggled the handle. I even waited there for a minute listening. Nothing. The house was silent. Morning came. The door was open again. Buddy was padding around the kitchen. This time, a cold dread started to coil in my gut. It wasn't a mistake. The third night, I decided to test it. I locked the door. I didn't just jiggle the handle. I put my whole weight against it, solid. I took a piece of Scotch tape from a drawer and put a tiny, almost invisible strip across the door and the frame, right at eye level. If the door opened, the tape would break. I went to bed, my heart thumping in my chest, listening for any sound from downstairs. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through my window. I ran downstairs, my bare feet slapping on the cold wooden floors. The tape was gone. Not broken. Gone. Like it had never been there. The basement door was, once again, wide open. Buddy trotted out from the living room and licked my hand. I stood there, frozen, staring into the dark mouth of the basement staircase. That was the moment I knew for sure that something was very wrong in that house. The logic of the world didn't apply here. The days bled together, hot and heavy. The air in the house was stifling, but it always felt colder than it should, a damp chill that clung to your bones. I started spending as much time as I could outside, just sitting on the porch steps, even though the overgrown yard and the silent watching woods didn't feel much safer. The terror peaked on a Tuesday afternoon. I remember it was a Tuesday because Miss Edna had gotten her grocery delivery that morning. The heat was oppressive, the kind that makes the air shimmer over the asphalt road. The house was quiet, save for the low, steady hum of an old fan in the living room. Miss Edna was upstairs taking a shower. I could hear the faint, distant rumble of the pipes in the walls. I was in the kitchen, bored and sticky. I remember the clock on the wall ticking, each second a heavy drop of sound. I thought about the watermelon Miss Edna had put in the fridge. It was a big one, dark green and cold. The thought of that cold, sweet fruit was the only thing that seemed appealing in the whole world. I walked over to the old humming refrigerator. The handle was cold and smooth in my hand. I pulled the door open, and the light inside spilled out, a weak yellow glow in the dim kitchen. The cool air washed over my face, a relief from the stuffy heat. I bent down, my hands closing around the cold, hard curve of the watermelon. It was heavy. I had to use both hands to lift it out. I straightened up, turning away from the fridge to carry it to the counter, and that's when I saw him. He was standing right in the middle of the kitchen, maybe 10 feet away from me. A boy. He looked to be about 9 years old, a little younger than me, but he wasn't solid. He was faded, like an old photograph, and I could see the pattern of the wallpaper right through him. He was see-through, a greyish, shimmering outline. He was wearing old-fashioned clothes, brown suspenders over a plaid shirt, short pants that ended just below his knees, and scuffed-up leather boots. His hair was messy, parted neatly on the side. We stood there, frozen. The only sound was the hum of the fridge and the thumping of my own heart in my ears. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My arms were locked, still holding that stupid heavy watermelon. My brain was screaming, but my body was a statue. Then he smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It wasn't a happy smile. It was a slow, deliberate stretching of his lips that didn't reach his eyes. His eyes were dark, hollow pits. That smile was a chill that started in my spine and shot out to the very tips of my fingers and toes. It was a smile that knew things, terrible things. It was a smile that said he wasn't just a lost little boy. It was a predatory smile. It was meant for me. We stared at each other, motionless, for what felt like an hour. The world had shrunk down to that kitchen, to me and this fading, smiling boy. I could feel the cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. I could feel the weight of the watermelon starting to make my arms shake. I could see the individual checks on his plaid shirt, the way one of his suspenders was twisted slightly. Details I shouldn't have been able to see in something that wasn't really there. And then he was just gone. Not like he walked away or faded slowly. He was there 1 second, and in the blink of an eye he wasn't. The space where he'd been was just empty air. The spell broke. My arms gave out. The watermelon slipped from my grasp and hit the floor with a wet, explosive crack. Red flesh and black seeds and green rind splattered across the worn linoleum, across my bare legs. The sound was violently loud in the silent house. I didn't think. I just ran. I slipped in the watermelon juice, my feet skidding, but I caught myself on the doorframe and bolted out of the kitchen down the hall towards the stairs. I took them 2 at a time, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape. I could hear the shower still running behind the bathroom door. I slammed my fists against the wood, the sound echoing in the narrow upstairs hallway. "Miss Edna! Miss Edna! Let me in! Please!" My voice was a high, panicked shriek. I was sobbing, tears and steam mixing on my face. The water shut off. There was a long silence. I pounded on the door again. "Please! There's a boy in the kitchen. He was there and then he wasn't." Her voice came through the door, calm and flat, cutting through my hysteria. "I am not decent. Go to your room." "But he was there," I screamed, my throat raw. "Go to your room." The same tone, devoid of any emotion. No curiosity, no concern, just a command. I stood there, trembling, my forehead pressed against the cool wood of the door. I could smell the steam from her shower, the faint scent of her lavender soap. The normality of it was somehow more terrifying than the ghost. I was falling apart on the other side of the door, and she was just drying off. I finally stumbled back to my room, my whole body shaking. I locked the door, a flimsy little lock that suddenly felt useless, and crawled under the bed, squeezing myself into the farthest corner against the wall. I stayed there for hours, until the light outside my window started to fade into dusk. I didn't see the boy again. I just listened to the house, to every creak and groan, waiting for his smile to appear in the shadows. A few days later, Miss Edna came to me while I was sitting on the porch. She stood over me, her long shadow falling across my lap. "The church is organizing a trip to Baltimore," she said, her voice as quiet as always. "A week-long trip for the youth group. I've put your name down. I think it would be good for you." I didn't even ask what we would be doing there. I didn't care. Baltimore could have been on the moon for all it mattered to me. It was an escape. It was a way out of that house. I just nodded, my throat too tight to speak. I packed my bag that night. The next morning, a church van pulled up in front of the house. I got in without looking back. I never set foot in that house again. I never saw Miss Edna again after that. I wrote her a thank you note from Baltimore, and that was the end of it. But the ghost boy, he was the beginning. He was the first one I ever saw. His image is burned into my mind, clearer than any memory of my mother's face. That faded plaid shirt, those suspenders, that chilling, knowing smile. I've seen other things since then, in other places, shadows that move on their own, voices where there are no people, cold spots in warm rooms. I'm not a kid anymore, but that 12-year-old's fear is still right here under the surface. It never really went away. It was like that boy opened a door inside of me, a door I can never close, and things have been looking in and sometimes stepping through ever since. And I still don't know why he was smiling at me like that. Story 4. It was one of those errands you keep putting off until you can't anymore. The flu was going around my office, taking people out one by one, and my wife had basically ordered me to get the shot. So, on a Tuesday afternoon in early October, I ducked out of work a little early and drove to the Mediquick clinic on the west side of town. I'm not a fan of doctors' offices. The smell gets to me, that specific cocktail of antiseptic and old magazines. This place was no different. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy. The only sound was the low hum of a vending machine and the occasional rustle from the receptionist behind her glass partition. I signed in, took a seat in one of those blue plastic chairs that are somehow both hard and sticky, and prepared for a wait. That's when I noticed him. He was a few seats down and he stood out, but not in a loud way. It was more that he seemed misplaced. He was probably in his late 50s, and he was dressed in a brown tweed jacket that was too thick for the weather, and dark, heavy wool trousers. It looked like an outfit from an old photograph. His hair was a greasy, thinning grey, combed over in a way that didn't quite hide his scalp. He was just sitting there, perfectly still, his hands clasped tightly in his lap, staring at the floor. I didn't think much of it at first. People are weird. I'm weird. I went back to scrolling through my phone, trying to ignore the low-level anxiety I always get before a needle. They called his name before mine. He stood up slowly, like his joints were stiff, and followed the nurse through the door that led to the examination rooms. I went back to my phone. A few minutes later, I heard a sound that made me look up. It was a low, guttural moan, followed by a sharp, frantic mumbling. It was coming from down the hall. The receptionist glanced up from her computer, a slight frown on her face, then went back to her work. The sound stopped as abruptly as it started. About 5 minutes later, the man emerged from the hallway. He looked worse than when he went in. His face was pale, almost waxy, and a sheen of sweat covered his forehead and upper lip. He was breathing in short, shallow gasps, like he'd just sprinted 100 yards. He didn't look at anyone. He just shuffled quickly toward the main exit, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. He fumbled with the door handle for a second before pushing his way out. A minute later, the nurse called my name. I went in, got the shot, a quick, sharp prick, and was back in the waiting room before I knew it, pressing a cotton ball to my arm. The whole interaction with the nurse was normal, cheerful even. She asked about my day, told me the shot might make my arm sore. Standard stuff. It made the memory of the distressed man feel even more strange, like a dark smudge on an otherwise blank page. As I walked out into the late afternoon air, the image of him was stuck in my head, that sheer animal panic on his face. It wasn't just needle phobia. This was something else, something deeper. My car was parked to the left, but I saw him, already a good 50 yards away, turning the corner of the building heading towards the back parking lot. I don't know why I did it. Curiosity, I guess. A nagging feeling that something was very wrong. I decided to follow him. Not in a creepy way, I told myself. Just to see, to make sure he was okay. The back of the clinic wasn't a place patients usually went. It was where the dumpsters were, and a few staff cars. The asphalt was cracked and stained with old oil spills. I walked quickly, my shoes making soft, scuffing sounds. I rounded the corner, expecting to see him maybe getting into a car or just standing there trying to collect himself. He was about 20 feet ahead, near the far corner of the building, and he was acting bizarrely. He stopped, his whole body rigid. Then, in a movement that was painfully slow and deliberate, he leaned out, peering around the corner of the building. It was the kind of move you see in a bad spy movie, but there was nothing funny about it. His body was tense, coiled like a spring. I froze, pressing myself against the rough, cool brick of the clinic wall, hoping he hadn't seen me. He jerked his head back from the corner so fast I thought he'd given himself whiplash. He spun around, his back now against the wall, his chest heaving, his eyes were wide, wild, staring at the empty space in front of him, but seeing something else entirely. The fear on his face was absolute. It was a pure, unadulterated terror that made my own breath catch in my throat. This wasn't just a scared man. This was a man staring into the face of something unspeakable. He looked right at me. I know he saw me. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second, and in that instant there was no recognition, no plea for help. There was just a void of panic, and then he did the strangest thing. He pushed himself off the wall and with a frantic, stumbling run, disappeared around the corner he had just been peeking around. That's when my own heart started hammering. The whole scene was just too wrong. I stopped caring about being subtle. I started running, not a full sprint, but a fast, jogging pace, my sore arm bouncing awkwardly. It took me maybe 5-6 seconds to cover the distance from where I was hiding to the corner he'd vanished behind. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what he could have seen. An attacker, a wild animal. Nothing about this quiet back lot made sense. I skidded to a halt at the corner, my hand brushing against the brick to steady myself. I turned, ready to see something, anything. There was nothing. The lot behind the clinic was a dead end. A high chain-link fence, choked with dead ivy, separated the clinic property from the back of a quiet furniture warehouse. There were no doors on this side of the clinic wall, just uninterrupted, grimy white siding. No dumpsters on this specific side, no cars, no alleys, no man. He was gone. My brain short-circuited. It just stopped. I stood there staring at the solid, blank wall. I must have blinked a dozen times, as if my eyelids were erasers that could wipe away the impossible and reveal the logical explanation. He had run around this corner. I was seconds behind him. There was nowhere for him to go. Nowhere. The silence was the worst part. It was a thick, swallowing silence. There was no scuff of shoes, no car door slamming, no heavy breathing. Just the faint, distant sound of traffic from the main road and the frantic thumping of my own heart in my ears. I took a few steps forward, my legs feeling like wood. I reached out and touched the wall. It was solid, cold, real. I ran my hand along it, feeling the gritty texture of the painted siding. No secret panels, no loose sections. Just a wall. I looked down at the ground. The asphalt was dusty, littered with a few dried leaves and a discarded cigarette butt. There were no footprints besides my own. I scanned the fence. It was tall, at least 8 feet, and the ivy was thick and brittle. No one could have scaled it that quickly without making a sound, without tearing the ivy, without leaving a trace. A coldness started in the pit of my stomach, a deep, sinking chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. It was the cold of utter disbelief. This was not possible. People do not vanish. They run into alleys, they duck behind cars, they jump fences. They don't just cease to exist between 1 second and the next in a completely empty enclosed space. I walked the entire length of the dead-end lot, from the corner of the clinic to the fence and back. My eyes scanned every inch, looking for a manhole cover, a ventilation shaft, anything. There was nothing, just asphalt, a fence, and a solid white wall. I thought about the look on his face. That terror wasn't directed at me. It was directed at whatever he saw when he peeked around that corner. And then, when he ran towards it, what did he run into, or what took him? The chills spread through my whole body. I started to feel lightheaded. I backed away, slowly at first, then turned and practically ran back to my car. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. I slid into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and hit the lock button. I just sat there, gripping the steering wheel, staring at the clinic building in my rearview mirror. My mind was a frantic mess, trying to latch onto rational explanations. Did he double back and slip past me? Impossible. The lot was wide open and I was looking right at the only path. Did he hide somewhere? Where? There was literally nowhere to hide. Was it some kind of prank, a hallucination? But I felt the shot. I saw the receptionist. I heard his moans. It was all too real. The most terrifying thought, the one that has stuck with me ever since, is that he knew. He knew what was going to happen when he ran around that corner. The peak was him checking, confirming his worst fear, and then he ran towards it anyway because whatever was behind him, the real world, the clinic, me, was somehow worse, or maybe he had no choice left. I drove home in a complete daze. My wife asked me how it went, and I just mumbled fine and went to the bathroom to splash water on my face. I looked at myself in the mirror, at my own ordinary, terrified face, and I didn't know what to think. How do you explain that? How do you tell someone, hey, I saw a man get a flu shot and then he literally vanished into thin air? I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him. The tweed jacket, the sweaty, pale face, the way he leaned, the way his eyes looked right through me, the utter emptiness of that dead-end lot. A few days later, I drove back to the clinic. I don't know what I was expecting to find. A clue, a door I'd missed. Something. I parked in the back lot and walked over to the corner. It was the same. The white wall, the fence, the silence. The utter, complete normalcy of the place was the most horrifying thing of all. It was just a place, a boring, ugly back lot. There was no sign that anything impossible had happened there. But it did. I was there. I saw him run around that corner. I was seconds behind him, and he was gone. Not a trace, no sound, no door, just a wall. That was 3 years ago. I still get my flu shot every year, but I go to a different clinic now, one with a parking lot that doesn't have any blind corners. I never saw the man again. I never found an explanation. There is no ending to this story, no resolution. There's just the memory, sharp and cold, and the unshakable knowledge that one Tuesday afternoon, for a few seconds, the world stopped making sense, and a man in a tweed jacket simply ceased to be, leaving me alone in a silent parking lot with a chill that has never really gone away. Story 5. I remember pulling up to the house around 10 in the morning. The place was imposing. It wasn't a cute little cottage. It was a big 2-story clapboard house that had probably been white once, but was now a sad, peeling grey. The roof sagged a little in the middle, and the wraparound porch looked like it was one strong wind away from collapsing. The fields around it were overgrown with weeds that came up to my waist. There was a silence there that was heavier than just an empty house. It was a dead silence. No birds, no insects buzzing, nothing, just heat and quiet. Sarah and her cousin were already there, unloading garbage bags and boxes from her car. Her cousin was a lanky, quiet guy, maybe a year or two younger than us. We all exchanged those awkward half-smiles you do when you're forced into a situation together. The plan was simple. Bag up any trash, box up anything that looked like it might be worth keeping, and try not to think about the spiders. The inside was worse. It smelled of dust, mothballs, and something else underneath, something faintly sweet and rotten, like old fruit left in a bowl. The furniture was all heavy, dark wood, draped in these ghostly white sheets. Every footstep on the hardwood floors echoed like a gunshot in the stillness. We started on the main floor, working in a weird, silent tandem. It was just uncomfortable. The air felt thick and I kept catching movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I'd turn, there'd be nothing there, just a shadow or a trick of the light through the dusty windows. After a couple of hours, we'd made a dent in the living room and kitchen. That's when Sarah mentioned the basement. She said her grandpa had a workbench down there and there might be some old tools we could salvage. The door to the basement was one of those old-fashioned ones, just a single piece of wood with a metal pull ring. It was in the kitchen, and it was heavier than it looked. When I yanked it open, a wave of cold, damp air hit us. It smelled of wet earth and rust. We stood at the top of the wooden stairs, peering down into the blackness. There was a pull string for a light bulb somewhere down there. Sarah went first, her phone flashlight leading the way. The stairs groaned under our weight. The basement was exactly what you'd expect. Concrete floor, stone walls weeping with moisture, cobwebs so thick they looked like dirty lace. We did a quick sweep. There were some rusty gardening tools, a broken chair, jars of nails. Nothing special. The whole time I felt this intense pressure, like the house was pushing down on my head. I was relieved when we came back up and closed that door, like we were sealing something in. We decided to tackle the upstairs next. The staircase was narrow and creaked with every step. The upstairs hallway was long and dark, with 4 doors leading off it. The first 2 were bedrooms, pretty much like the rooms downstairs, full of old furniture and that pervasive smell of decay. The third door was a bathroom with a cracked sink and a rust-stained tub. It was the 4th door that stopped me. It was at the very end of the hall, and it wasn't like the others. The other doors were paneled wood, normal height. This one was shorter, narrower, and painted a different color, a grimy off-white. It looked like it didn't belong, and it had a lock on it. A big, old-fashioned iron bolt slid across. I pointed it out. "What's that?" Sarah shrugged. "The attic, I guess. Grandpa always said it was just full of junk and not to go up there. Said the floor was unstable." We all just stood there for a second, looking at it. The cousin shuffled his feet. I don't know why, but I was fixated on it. It was the lock. Why lock an attic if it was just full of junk? My curiosity was a physical itch. I reached out and touched the bolt. It was cold. "Should we check?" I asked. Sarah looked hesitant. "I don't know." He was pretty serious about it. "It might be full of cool old stuff," I pushed. "Antiques or something." After a minute of back and forth, she reluctantly agreed. "Okay, fine. But just a quick look." I slid the bolt back. The sound was incredibly loud in the quiet hall, a sharp metallic screech that made us all wince. The door wasn't hinged. It was one of those that lifts up and pulls down with a folded ladder attached to the back. I grabbed the little metal handle and pulled. It didn't budge at first. It felt stuck or like something was holding it from the other side. I put more weight into it, and with a groan of protesting wood, it came loose and swung down, the ladder unfolding with a series of loud clattering bangs, and that's when the smell hit us. It wasn't the dry dust smell I was expecting. It was a blast of hot, sour air. It smelled like breath, like the house had been holding its breath for decades and had just exhaled right into our faces. It was thick and foul, with a weird coppery tang to it, like old pennies and sweat. We all recoiled, coughing. The cousin actually gagged. The darkness above was absolute. It wasn't just an unlit space, it was a solid wall of black. My phone flashlight did nothing. It just seemed to get swallowed up a foot into the opening. We stood there, frozen, just staring up into that nothingness, breathing in that awful air. The heat coming from the attic was intense, a dry, baking heat that was completely at odds with the musty coolness of the rest of the house. I don't know who moved first, but after a minute of just standing there, we all seemed to come to a silent, unanimous decision. Without a word, I reached up, grabbed the door, and pulled it shut. The ladder folded back up with a snap. I slid the bolt back across, my hands shaking just a little. The screech of the metal felt final. We didn't talk about it. We just went back to cleaning the bedrooms. But the mood had shifted. The air felt heavier, charged. It was about an hour later when I saw it. We were taking a break, sitting on the floor in one of the bedrooms, drinking warm water from bottles we'd brought. I was leaning against the wall, feeling the grit of the dust through my t-shirt, when I looked over at the wall opposite me. There was a handprint on the wallpaper. It wasn't a smudge of dirt. It was a perfect 5-fingered print, palm and all, as if someone with a dirty hand had pressed it there. The wallpaper was a faded floral pattern, and the print was a dark, grimy grey. I pointed it out, my voice a little unsteady. "Hey, was that there before?" Sarah and her cousin got up to look. We all stared at it. The wallpaper around it was clean. This was new, and the weirdest part was its placement. It was high up, way too high for any of us to have reached without a ladder. It looked like it belonged to someone tall, someone who had just casually leaned against the wall. A cold knot started to form in my stomach. We all tried to rationalize it. Maybe one of us had brushed against it with a dirty glove. But we weren't wearing gloves. Maybe it was from before. But we'd been in this room for over an hour, and I was sure, absolutely sure, it hadn't been there. We decided to just keep working, to ignore it. But the silence was different now. It was a listening silence. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of a garbage bag made us jump. We started sticking closer together, not venturing into separate rooms anymore. We moved to the last bedroom, the master bedroom at the front of the house. This one felt different too, colder. The air was still, but it had a chill that seeped into my bones. The bed was a big 4-poster, still made, with a thick comforter and a sheet tucked neatly under the mattress. It looked like someone had just gotten up, and that's when we saw the impression. It was on the side of the bed, closest to the window, a deep, body-shaped depression in the mattress, clear as day. It wasn't the gentle sag of an old mattress. It was a sharp, defined hollow, as if a person of considerable weight had been lying there, unmoving, for a very, very long time. The comforter was sunken into the shape of a torso, with smaller dips where the arms and legs would be. We all saw it at the same time. We stopped in the doorway, just staring. My heart was thumping hard against my ribs. This wasn't right. This wasn't dust or decay. This was presence. Sarah, maybe trying to be brave, or maybe just needing to break the tension, took a step forward. "It's probably just the springs," she said, but her voice was thin and reedy. She walked over to the bed. I wanted to tell her to stop, to leave it alone, but the words were stuck in my throat. She reached out, her hand hovering over the sunken spot for a second, and then she grabbed the edge of the top sheet. "Let's just see," she mumbled, more to herself than to us. She gave it a sharp pull. The sheet came away, and as it did, something rose from the depression in the mattress. It wasn't a ghost you could see through. It wasn't a figure. It was a plume of smoke, a thick, smoky grey mist. It looked dense, almost oily, and it was cold. A wave of frigid air washed over us, so cold it made the hairs on my arms stand up. The mist didn't drift or dissipate. It coalesced. It hung in the air for a split second, a swirling, formless cloud right above the bed. Then it moved. It didn't float. It darted. It shot sideways, faster than my eyes could follow, a streak of grey smoke that slammed directly into the wall next to the window. It didn't fade through the wall. It hit it, and it was just gone, absorbed, vanished. In the dead silence that followed, there was a loud, mechanical click. We all spun around. On a small dresser next to the door, an old oscillating fan, the kind with a metal cage, was plugged into the wall. Its cord was dusty, and it hadn't been on the whole time we were there. Now, its knob was turned. It whirred to life, the blade starting to spin with a slow, grinding hum. It began to oscillate, its face slowly turning towards us, then away, then towards us again, like it was watching. That was it. The dam broke. A sound ripped from my throat, a raw, guttural scream that I didn't even recognize as my own. Sarah screamed too, a high, shrill sound of pure terror. The cousin just let out a choked gasp and bolted. We didn't think. We didn't speak. We just ran. I don't even remember going down the stairs. It was a blur of pounding feet and panic. I think I fell on the last few steps, my knee exploding in pain, but I scrambled back up and kept going. We burst out the front door into the blinding afternoon sun and didn't stop until we were at our cars, fumbling for keys with trembling, useless hands. We never went back. Sarah hired a junk removal company to finish the job and sold the property a few months later for way less than it was worth. We don't talk about it. Not really. Sometimes one of us will mention that day at the farmhouse, and we'll just get quiet. We all saw it, the hot, sour breath of the attic, the impossible handprint, the deep, cold hollow in the bed, the mist that moved with a purpose, the fan that turned itself on. It wasn't a story, it wasn't a feeling, it was real. And the worst part, the part that still wakes me up at night, is the thought of what was locked away in that attic and what we let out when we opened the door. Story 6. We lived in this tiny village in northern Wales, the kind of place where everyone knows your business, and the most exciting thing that happens is a sheep getting loose on the high street. Our house was right on the edge of things, where the paved road gave up and turned into a dirt track that led up into the hills. Beyond our back garden was just fields, and beyond that, the woods. Everyone just called it the coed, the Welsh word for forest. It was old, you could feel it. It wasn't a friendly picnic sort of wood. It was dense, dark, and even on a bright day, the sunlight seemed to get swallowed up before it could reach the ground. My cat, a scruffy black and white thing I'd named Boots for his white paws, was my best friend. He was an indoor-outdoor cat, came and went as he pleased through a loose board in the garden shed. That day, he'd slipped out in the morning and hadn't come back for his lunch, which was weird for him. By mid-afternoon, I was properly worried. A storm was brewing. The sky was this bruised purple-grey color, and the air had that heavy electric feel to it, the kind that makes the hairs on your arms stand up. Mam told me not to be daft, that he was probably just holed up somewhere dry, but I couldn't sit still. I pulled on my wellies and my thick green coat, the one with the broken zip, and I headed out towards the coed. It was the most likely place he'd be. He loved hunting for voles in the undergrowth. The second I stepped under the canopy of the first big oaks, the temperature dropped. It was like walking into a fridge. The sound of the wind in the fields just vanished, replaced by this thick, damp silence. It wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was a waiting quiet. You know when you walk into a room and you just know someone's there, even though you can't see or hear them? It was that feeling, times 100. The air felt thick, like I was pushing through soup. I started calling for Boots, my voice sounding small and stupid in all that stillness. "Boots, here, kitty!" Nothing, just the creak of a branch somewhere. I walked deeper, my wellies squelching in the soggy leaf litter. The path was faint, more of a suggestion made by deer than anything people used regularly. I remember the smell so clearly, wet earth, rotting leaves and something else, something sharp and sweet, like decay. I must have been walking for 20 minutes, my anxiety for Boots slowly being joined by a prickle of something else, something colder. I kept glancing over my shoulder. It felt like I was being watched. Not by a person, not even by an animal. It's hard to describe. It was a feeling of presence, a weight. I told myself I was being a baby, that it was just the storm coming and the spooky woods. I was 13. Too old for that sort of thing. I pushed on, into a part of the woods I didn't really know. The trees were thicker here, gnarled and twisted, their branches tangled together like bony fingers. I came into a small clearing. It wasn't a nice clearing, not a sunny spot. It was just a circular patch where the trees thinned out, filled with long, pale grass and a single grey boulder covered in moss. The light was a dim, greyish green. I stopped in the middle of the clearing, turning in a slow circle, calling for Boots one more time. My voice just died. No echo, nothing. And that's when I heard it. Footsteps. Not mine. I was standing still. They were coming from the trees to my left, just inside the tree line where it was darkest. They were soft, like someone walking on wet leaves, and they were matching my pace. My heart just froze in my chest. I mean, it literally felt like a block of ice. I stood there, not breathing, listening. The footsteps stopped. The silence that rushed back in was louder than the steps had been. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation. A deer. It had to be a deer. They can walk quietly, but deer don't walk in a pattern. They don't match your pace. Slowly, carefully, I took a step forward. My welly made a soft shh thump in the mud. From the tree line, a perfect shh thump. I stopped dead. The other footsteps stopped. This wasn't an echo. An echo comes after. This was simultaneous. It was a perfect, immediate copy. My mouth went completely dry. I could feel my own pulse hammering in my throat behind my eyes. I tried to swallow and couldn't. I took another step, a quicker one this time. Shh, thump. Right back at me, I started walking faster, my eyes locked on the dark space between the trees where the sound was coming from. I couldn't see anything, just shadows and trunks. But with every step I took, the thing in the woods took a step. A perfect, precise copy of the sound my boots made. If I shuffled, it shuffled. If I scuffed my toe, it scuffed. It was like someone was standing right there, just out of sight, mocking me. Panic started to rise, a hot, sour taste in the back of my throat. This was wrong. This was so deeply, fundamentally wrong. I broke into a jog. The footsteps from the trees broke into a jog. I ran, and it ran with me. That's the part that really gets me, even now, the sheer, terrifying precision of it. It wasn't just following me, it was mirroring me. Its footsteps weren't just similar, they were identical. The same squelch, the same crunch, the same rhythm. It was like my own shadow had gained substance and sound and was running alongside me in the dark. I wasn't thinking about Boots anymore. I wasn't thinking about anything except the path, the feeling of my lungs burning, and the relentless, matching footsteps keeping perfect time with my own. I could hear my own frantic breathing, and underneath it, that other set of feet pounding through the dead leaves just a few yards away. I dared a glance to the side, but there was nothing there, just the impenetrable wall of the forest. I was sobbing, proper, snotty, terrified kid sobs, but I didn't dare stop. The path started to look familiar. I was getting closer to the edge of the woods. I could see a sliver of the grey field through the trees ahead. Hope, sharp and painful, stabbed through me. Just a little further. And that's when it happened. The footsteps stopped mimicking me. They sped up. They were suddenly faster than mine, gaining on me from the side. I screamed a raw, ragged sound and put on a burst of speed I didn't know I had. The edge of the wood was right there, 50 feet, 40. And then I felt it, a rush of cold air right on the back of my neck. It wasn't the wind. It was a focused, localized chill, like someone had opened a freezer door right behind me, and right in my ear, so close I could feel a puff of damp, cold breath on my skin, came the sound. A giggle. It was high-pitched, but not like a child's. There was no joy in it. It was brittle and sharp and ancient. It was the sound of dry bones rattling in a tin can. It was pure, undiluted mockery. It sliced through the sound of my running and my crying and lodged itself directly into the base of my skull. That sound, I can still hear it now, clear as day. It's the one thing from that day I can never ever forget. I didn't look back. I burst out of the tree line, my legs pumping, stumbling across the field towards my house. I didn't stop until my hands hit the rough wood of our garden gate, fumbling with the latch, falling through it, and scrambling up the path to our front door. I was gasping, crying, my whole body shaking so hard I could barely stand. I leaned against the door, expecting to feel something grab me from behind at any second. I fumbled for the handle, my vision blurred with tears, and finally shoved the door open, falling into the warmth and safety of our hallway. I slammed the door shut, leaning my back against it, my chest heaving. The familiar smell of our house, of Mam's cooking and the coal fire washed over me. I was safe. I was home. It was only then, as my breathing started to slow from a ragged gasp to shaky hiccups, that I looked down. There, curled up on the doormat, washing one of his white paws with complete and utter unconcern, was Boots. He looked up at me, blinked his slow, lazy blink, and let out a quiet "Merp," as if to ask what all the fuss was about. He was perfectly dry. He hadn't been out in the storm. He looked like he'd been sleeping there for hours. I just stared at him, my brain refusing to put the pieces together. The terror of the woods, the footsteps, the giggle, and him here safe, as if he'd never been gone, as if the whole reason for my trip into the co-ed had never existed. I never went back into those woods, not once, not even to the very edge. I'd get a sick, cold feeling in my stomach if I even looked at them from my bedroom window. I'm 32 now, and I still feel it. I moved away for years, but I'm back in the village now, and the co-ed is still there. It doesn't look any different, but I know what's in there. It wasn't trying to hurt me. I've turned it over in my head 1,000 times. It wasn't chasing me to catch me. It was herding me. It was playing with me. That giggle, that was the sound of something playing a game, and the cat being home, safe and sound the whole time. That was part of the game too. The bait, the reason to get me deep into its territory. I think that forest, or whatever lives in it, doesn't want to be found. It doesn't want to be seen. It just wants to be left alone. And it lets you know, in its own horrible way, when you've overstayed your welcome. It showed me just enough to make sure I'd never ever come back. And it worked. I still dream about that clearing. I still feel that cold breath on my neck. And sometimes on a quiet night when the wind is just right, I think I can hear a faint, high-pitched giggle carried on the air from the direction of the co-ed. A reminder, a warning, a sound that tells me some places are old for a reason, and some things are better left alone. I never found out what it was, and I don't want to know. I just know it was real. Story 7. I was 10 years old, back in the early 90s, and this happened on a day that started out perfectly normal. I had been over at my friend's house after school, just hanging out like we always did. We were probably playing Nintendo or something. I don't remember exactly, but it was one of those lazy afternoons where time just slips away. When I realized how late it was getting, I decided to head home before my mom started worrying. I hopped on my bike, this beat-up red BMX I loved, and started pedaling down the street. The sky had been clear earlier, but as I rode, I noticed the clouds rolling in thick and grey. The air felt heavy like it does right before a storm, and I could smell that wet, earthy scent that comes with rain. I remember thinking I should have left sooner because I hated getting caught in the rain on my bike. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves in the trees, and I pedaled faster, my legs burning a little from the effort. My neighborhood was quiet, mostly families, with houses set back from the street and big yards. It was the kind of place where nothing ever happened, or so I thought. By the time I turned onto my street, the rain had started, just a light drizzle at first, but it quickly turned into a steady downpour. I could feel the cold drops soaking through my jacket, and my hair was plastered to my forehead. I remember the sound of the rain hitting the pavement, a constant patter that made everything else seem muffled. I pulled into my driveway, my bike tires crunching on the wet gravel, and I leaned it against the side of the house like I always did. I didn't bother locking it up because, well, why would I? Nothing bad ever happened here. I pushed the front door open and stepped inside, shaking the water off my jacket. The house was dark because the storm clouds had blocked out the sun, and no one had turned on the lights yet. My mom was probably still at work. She worked late sometimes, and my older brother was likely out with friends. I called out, "Hello? Anyone home?" But there was no answer. That wasn't unusual, but what got me was the silence. It wasn't just quiet. It was unnaturally still, like the air itself was holding its breath. I'd been in the house alone before, but this felt different. It was too quiet, like someone had sucked all the sound out of the place. I dropped my backpack by the door and headed toward the kitchen to grab a snack. The floor creaked under my feet, which it always did. But today, every sound seemed amplified. I could hear my own breathing, the rustle of my wet clothes, and the distant rumble of thunder. The storm was getting closer. I remember feeling a little uneasy, but I brushed it off. I was 10 after all. I wasn't scared of being alone, or at least I didn't think I was. I went to the phone in the hallway. It was one of those corded phones mounted on the wall, and dialed my friend's number. I wanted to let them know I got home okay, and maybe chat for a bit until my mom got back. The phone rang a couple of times before they picked up, and we started talking about nothing important, just kid stuff. I was leaning against the wall, twirling the phone cord around my finger when it happened. A huge thunderclap exploded overhead, so loud it felt like the house shook. I jumped, my heart slamming against my ribs, and then, from the back of the house, I heard the back door slam open. Not just creak open, but slam, like someone had thrown it against the wall. The sound was violent, sharp, and it echoed through the house. I froze, my hand tightening on the phone. My friend was still talking, but I couldn't make out the words because all I could focus on was what was happening behind me. Then I heard the footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps coming from the back hallway near the kitchen. They weren't hurried or random. They were slow and steady, like someone was taking their time, walking with purpose. Each step was a solid thud on the hardwood floor, and I could almost feel the vibrations through my feet. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. I whispered into the phone, "Did you hear that?" But my friend just asked what was wrong. The footsteps kept coming, getting closer. I could tell they were moving from the back door toward the living room, which meant they were heading straight for me. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was my brother playing a joke, or my mom coming home early. But the footsteps didn't sound like anyone I knew. They were too heavy, too slow, like whoever it was weighed a ton. I remember thinking that if it was an intruder, why weren't they trying to be quiet? It was like they wanted me to hear them. I strained to listen, my ears picking up every detail. The footsteps had a distinct sound, a wet, squelching noise, like they were tracking mud inside. That didn't make sense because it was raining, but we always wiped our feet on the mat, and no one would just trail mud through the house. The smell hit me then, a damp, earthy odor like wet soil and something else I couldn't place. It was thick and cloying, filling the hallway. My friend must have heard the fear in my voice because they started asking what was going on. I was too scared to speak properly, just muttering, "There's someone in the house." The footsteps were closer now, maybe just a room away. I could hear them pacing back and forth, like someone was looking for something, or someone. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I felt dizzy, my vision narrowing, and I had to grip the phone tighter to stop my hands from shaking. Then my friend screamed. It wasn't a scared scream. It was a raw, panicked shriek that cut through the phone line. "Run! Get out of there now!" they yelled, their voice cracking with urgency. I don't know what they heard, maybe the footsteps through the phone, or maybe something in my tone. But that scream snapped me out of my frozen state. Adrenaline surged through me, hot and sharp. And I didn't think twice. I dropped the phone, letting it dangle from the cord, and I bolted. I didn't look back, didn't grab anything, just ran for the front door. My legs felt like jelly, but I pushed through, my sneakers slipping on the floor. I yanked the door open and sprinted out into the rain, not even bothering to close it behind me. The cold air hit me like a slap, and the rain was coming down in sheets now, soaking me instantly. I didn't stop running until I was halfway down the street, my lungs burning, my side cramping. I collapsed on the wet grass of a neighbor's lawn, gasping for breath. I was trembling all over, my teeth chattering from the cold and fear. I looked back at my house, but from that distance it just looked normal, dark and quiet except for the rain. But I knew what was inside. I stayed there for what felt like forever, until I saw headlights turning onto the street. It was my mom's car. I ran to her, sobbing, trying to explain what happened, but I was so shaken I could barely get the words out. She called the police from her car phone, and within minutes 2 officers arrived. They went inside with flashlights, and I waited in the car with my mom, watching the house like it was some kind of monster. When they came out, their faces were grim. They told us that the back door was wide open, swinging in the wind, and there were muddy footprints leading from the door through the kitchen and into the hallway, right up to where I had been standing on the phone. The officers took notes, asked me questions, but I was too scared to say much. They searched the house thoroughly. Every closet, under beds, in the basement, but found no one. Nothing was stolen, nothing was disturbed except for those footprints. And that's when things got weirder. The mud on the footprints was thick and dark, like it had been tracked in from outside, but when they checked, there was no source for it. Our backyard was mostly grass, and with the rain it was muddy, but this mud was different, clumpy and full of bits of leaves and twigs, like it came from a forest or something, not our yard. Plus, the shoe prints didn't match any shoes we had in the house. They were too big, like from work boots or something, but no one in my family owned boots like that. The police stayed for a while trying to figure it out, but eventually they left, telling us to lock up and call if anything else happened. My mom made me sleep in her room that night, and I didn't get much rest. Every creak of the house made me jump, and I kept imagining those heavy footsteps coming for me. In the days that followed, we talked about it with neighbors, but no one had seen anything unusual. The mud thing stuck with me. Where did it come from? The police said it was odd because the rain should have washed away any tracks outside, but these were clear and fresh, leading straight to where I was. It was like whatever it was had appeared out of nowhere and vanished just as quickly. I never found out what it was. No break-ins were reported in the area, no missing persons, nothing. It's been years, but I still think about it sometimes, especially during thunderstorms. I'll never forget the sound of those footsteps, the smell of the mud, and the sheer terror of knowing something was in the house with me, something that shouldn't have been there. I came so close to whatever it was, and to this day, I have no explanation. It's just one of those things that happened, and I'm left with the chilling feeling that I narrowly escaped something I can't even name. Story 8. It was 3:11 in the morning. I know because my digital clock was burning those red numbers into the dark, and my brain just latched onto them. 3:11. That's when I woke up. Not slowly, not groggily, but all at once, like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water directly onto my soul. My eyes snapped open and I was just awake, instantly. My heart was already hammering in my chest, a frantic, painful drumbeat against my ribs. I didn't know why yet. The room was its usual self, the familiar lump of my laundry chair in the corner, the faint glow of my laptop charger on the floor, the deep, comfortable blackness of a house asleep. Then I moved my head on the pillow, just a fraction, and I saw it. There was a figure standing by the side of my bed. My breath just stopped. It froze solid in my lungs. It was tall, so impossibly tall that its head should have been brushing the ceiling, which is a standard 8-foot ceiling. It was all wrong. It was a silhouette cut out of the darkness, but a darker, thicker darkness than the room. It was just this shape. A long, unnaturally thin torso, stick-like arms hanging down, and it was so still. Not a breath, not a twitch. Just a statue of shadow. And right next to it on the floor was my dog, Bailey. Bailey's a golden retriever, a big, goofy, 70-pound lump of love and fur. He always sleeps on the floor, right next to my side of the bed, usually snoring or dreaming of squirrels. But he wasn't sleeping now. He was sitting up, perfectly rigid, his body facing the figure. He wasn't growling, he wasn't whining. He was just staring. His head was tilted up, following the impossible height of the thing, and he was utterly motionless. That was the first real jolt of terror, right there. Bailey's default setting is wagging. He's scared of plastic bags and the vacuum cleaner. For him to be this still, this focused in the presence of something, was so fundamentally wrong, it made my stomach clench. I was lying on my side, facing them, and I didn't dare move a muscle. I think I stopped blinking. My whole body was screaming at me to move, to scream, to do something, but I was pinned to the mattress by a pure animal fear. This wasn't the fear of a bad dream. This was the fear a mouse feels when it sees the shadow of the owl. Primal, deep in the DNA. We stayed like that for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a handful of seconds. Me, frozen. It, a silent black cutout. Bailey, a statue of a dog. Then it moved. It didn't step. It didn't walk. It bent. The whole top half of its impossibly long body just folded forward at the waist. A smooth, silent motion that looked physically wrong, like watching a tree bend in half without a sound. It was leaning down over Bailey. One of those long, thin shadow arms began to extend, and the hand, I couldn't see fingers, it was just a darker blotch at the end of the limb, reached towards my dog's head. That's what broke the paralysis, the thought of that thing touching Bailey. A surge of something, adrenaline, maternal instinct, pure panic, shot through me, and I jerked my hand up from under the covers, fumbling wildly on my nightstand. My glasses. I'm blind as a bat without them. Everything more than a foot away is a blur. My fingers scrambled over the wood, knocking against a book, a water glass, before they finally closed around the familiar hard plastic of my frames. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get them on my face. I shoved them onto my nose, the world snapping into a harsh, clear focus, and I saw it. The figure was still there, still bent over Bailey, but now I could see it clearly, and it was shimmering. It's the only word I have for it. It wasn't solid. It looked like the air above a hot road in the summer, that wavy, distorting heat haze. You could see the outline of my dresser right through its legs, but it was warped and wobbly, like looking through old, uneven glass. The edges of its form weren't sharp. They bled and flickered, a constant, silent vibration. It was a thing made of distortion, a glitch in the reality of my bedroom. Seeing it so clearly, in all its impossible, shimmering wrongness, didn't make me feel better. It made it 1,000 times worse. This wasn't a trick of the light. This wasn't my sleepy eyes. This was a thing, a real thing in my room, reaching for my dog. I made a sound then, a choked, guttural gasp that was half sob, half plea. The moment the sound left my lips, the thing stopped. Its head, or what should have been its head, it was just a featureless elongation at the top, turned towards me. There was no face, no eyes, but I felt its attention shift from Bailey to me. The weight of it was physical, a pressure in the air that made my ears pop. It straightened up, that same silent, fluid motion, unfolding to its full, ceiling-brushing height. It was facing me now, and then it started to move towards the door. It didn't walk, it glided. Its lower half, if it had one, was just a blur of that same shimmering darkness. It moved with a kind of swaying motion, a slow, deliberate side-to-side shift that felt mocking. It's hard to explain, but that's the feeling it gave me. It wasn't fleeing, it was leaving, and it was taking its time, and it knew how terrified I was. That sway was a performance just for me. It moved past the foot of my bed, and I could feel the air grow cold as it passed. Not a draft, but a sharp, localized chill that raised the hairs on my arms and made me shiver. My eyes were locked on it. My breath still held tight in my chest. Bailey hadn't moved. He was still staring at the spot where the thing had been crouched, his body still rigid. The figure reached my bedroom door, which was open just a crack, the way I always leave it. It didn't open the door, it didn't pass through the crack, it just flowed. The shimmering darkness compressed and streamed through the narrow opening, like smoke being sucked under a door, that same slow, swaying motion continuing until the last wisp of it was gone from my room. The second it disappeared, the spell broke. I lunged for my nightstand, my hand slapping against the small, cheap lamp I have there. I fumbled for the little chain, my fingers slick with sweat, and I yanked it. Light, blinding, beautiful, yellow light flooded the room. I was panting, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. I looked at the door. Nothing, just the same old door, the same crack of darkness from the hallway beyond. I looked around the room. Everything was normal. The laundry chair, the dresser, the posters on the wall. Everything was exactly where it should be, bathed in the safe, normal glow of my lamp. My eyes darted to Bailey. He was still sitting there. He wasn't looking at the door. He was still staring at the empty space on the floor next to my bed, the spot where the thing had crouched. His ears were perked, his body tense. He let out a low, uncertain whine, the first sound he'd made the entire time. "Bailey?" I whispered, my voice cracking. He didn't look at me. He kept staring at that spot, and then he slowly lowered his head until his snout was almost touching the carpet. He sniffed once, twice. Then he let out a sharp, startled yip and scrambled backwards, his nails skittering on the hardwood floor, until he bumped into the wall. He huddled there, pressing himself into the corner, and started to tremble. Full body, violent shakes. I've never seen him like that, not even during the worst thunderstorm. This was a different kind of fear. This was the fear of something he couldn't understand, something that had left a mark on a place he knew was safe. I didn't get out of bed. I couldn't. I pulled the covers up to my chin, my whole body shaking almost as badly as Bailey's. I just sat there, in the pool of light from my lamp, and stared at the door. I must have stared at it for an hour, maybe more. Every shadow in the hallway looked like it was moving. Every creak of the house settling was that thing coming back. I am a logical person. I have a degree in biology. I believe in things I can see, touch, and measure. My whole life I've explained away the strange noises, the feelings of being watched. It's the house settling, it's the wind, it's your imagination. I've never believed in ghosts or shadow people or any of that. It was all just stories. But I can't explain what I saw. I can't explain the way it moved, that silent gliding sway. I can't explain the heat haze shimmer, the way it distorted the light and the space around it. And I absolutely cannot explain Bailey's reaction. He saw it too. He was terrified of it, and he's still terrified of the empty space it occupied. The sun is up now. The room is bright and normal. Bailey has finally stopped trembling and is lying at the foot of my bed, but he's not asleep. His eyes are open, and every few minutes he lifts his head and looks at that spot on the floor, and a low growl rumbles in his chest, a growl I've never heard from him before. I keep looking at my clock. It's 9:43 in the morning, but in my head it's still 3:11. It's always going to be 3:11. I saw something last night, something that shouldn't be, something thin and tall and dark that shimmers, that moves without moving, that glides and sways and steals the warmth from the air. And the worst part, the part that keeps my heart thumping in a cold, steady rhythm of dread, is that I have no idea what it wanted. It was reaching for my dog, and then it just looked at me and it left. But it felt like it was just letting me know it was there. It felt like a visit. And I have this sick, chilling certainty, deep in my gut, that a thing like that doesn't just visit once more. Story 9. I was only about 6 months old at the time, so I don't have clear memories of it myself, but the way my parents described it, and the way it's stuck in my head like a ghost, makes it feel real, like I can almost smell the baby powder and feel the static in the air from that night. It was a regular night from what I've been told, nothing special, just another evening in our small house in the suburbs. My parents had put me to bed around 8 o'clock, same as always. I was in my nursery, which was this cozy room with pale yellow walls and a big window that looked out into the backyard. My crib was against one wall, and there was a closet right next to it, one of those old-fashioned ones with sliding doors that sometimes got stuck. My mom always said the baby monitor was their lifeline. It was one of those basic models from the 90s with a little screen on the parents' unit and a camera in my room. That night, they went to bed around 11, everything quiet. But then, at around 2 in the morning, the monitor blared this alert. Not just a little beep, it was loud, like an alarm you'd hear in a fire drill. My dad told me he jolted awake, heart pounding, and my mom was already sitting up, her eyes wide. They didn't even say anything to each other, just scrambled out of bed and rushed down the hall to my room. When they pushed the door open, the first thing they saw was me. I was sitting on the carpet near the closet, just a few feet from the crib. I was coughing and wheezing, like I'd been crying hard or something was stuck in my throat. The weird part? The crib gate was still up, locked in place. I was too small to climb over it. I couldn't even pull myself up yet, according to my mom's baby books, so how did I get out? That's the first thing that freaked them out. My dad said he checked the crib, and there was no way I could have gotten over the side. It was too high, and I didn't have the strength. Then my mom noticed the monitor. She picked it up from where it was sitting on the dresser, and it was warm. Not hot, but warm, like someone had been holding it or pressing buttons on it recently. That sent a shiver down her spine, because no one had been in the room except me, and I was a baby. I couldn't have done that. She told me later that her hands were shaking when she felt it, and she just stood there, staring at it, trying to make sense of it. Meanwhile, my dad was checking on me, making sure I was okay. I'd stopped coughing by then, but I was still whimpering, and he said my skin felt cold, like I'd been out of the crib for a while. The real kicker was the camera. My parents had one of those early nursery cameras that recorded onto a tape. This was before digital stuff became common. After they got me settled back in the crib, though my mum ended up holding me for the rest of the night, my dad went to check the recording. He wanted to see what had happened, maybe catch a glimpse of how I got out. But when he popped the tape out, it was blank. Not just static, completely erased, like someone had recorded over it or it had never been used. He tried playing it back on the VCR, but nothing came up. No video, no sound, just a black screen. That's when the fear really set in for them. My mom said it felt like the air in the room had gotten heavier, and she couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I know this sounds like something out of a movie, but I swear this is what they told me. And I've seen my mom's notebook where she wrote it all down. She started keeping that notebook after that night because other little things kept happening. Like toys would turn on by themselves in the middle of the night, not just battery-operated ones, but wind-up things that needed to be touched, or there'd be knocks on the walls, soft ones, like someone was tapping from the other side. But that first night was the worst, and my mom always believed that whatever triggered the alarm was actually protecting me. She thought maybe it woke my parents up because I was in danger, like, what if I'd been choking or something? But then, how did I get out of the crib? And why was the monitor warm? It doesn't add up, and it's haunted me my whole life. Now, as an adult, I still live in fear sometimes. I'm in my own apartment now, and every now and then I'll hear a knock on the wall or a toy going off. I've got a few old ones from my childhood that I kept for sentimental reasons, but nothing ever comes close to that night. It's like whatever it was peaked then and never got that intense again. But I can't help wondering, what if it's still around, just waiting? I'll wake up in the middle of the night, sweating, and I'll check the baby monitor I have set up for my cat. Yeah, I know it's ironic. And sometimes it feels warm for no reason, or I'll think I see something move in the corner of my eye. But when I look, there's nothing there. Writing this down, I'm getting goosebumps all over again. I don't know what happened that night, and I probably never will. My parents don't like talking about it much anymore. It's been years and they've moved on, but I can't. It's like this shadow hanging over me, and every time I hear a strange noise, I freeze. I guess that's why I'm sharing this here, because if anyone has had something similar happen, maybe we can figure it out together. Or maybe it'll just remind me that I'm not alone in feeling this way. But honestly, I hope no one else has gone through it, because it's a kind of fear that sticks with you, deep down where you can't shake it. Story 10. I've never been able to shake that day. It's one of my earliest, clearest memories, which is weird, because most of my childhood is this blurry fog. But that afternoon at the beach is burned into my brain, every single second of it like a brand. I was 4 years old. It was a Saturday. I know that much. One of those hot, hazy summer days where the air feels thick and the sun makes everything look washed out. My dad decided last minute to drive us out to the coast. It wasn't a fancy beach or anything, just this public stretch of sand with a big parking lot and a rickety wooden walkway over the dunes, the kind of place everyone goes to. I remember the car ride. It was so hot. The vinyl seat of my dad's old station wagon was sticking to the backs of my legs, and I kept squirming. I had this little blue bucket and a green shovel with a yellow handle. That's all I cared about. My dad was in a good mood, whistling along to some oldies station on the radio, his arm hanging out the window. He kept looking over at me and smiling this big, easy smile. He was my whole world. We got there and the place was packed. I mean, it was a solid wall of noise and color and smell, the tang of salt and sunscreen, the shrieks of kids, the constant dull roar of the waves. It was overwhelming, but in the best way. My dad found a spot not too far from the water, spread out this big, scratchy, striped blanket, and plopped our cooler down on one corner so it wouldn't fly away. He slathered me in this sticky, coconut-smelling sunscreen, getting it in my eyes and making me whine. And then he said the magic words, "Okay, kiddo, go for it." I ran straight for the water, but only the very edge, where the foam fizzed over my feet. It was freezing, a shock that made me gasp and jump back every time. I was content there, just filling my bucket with water and sand, making what I thought were magnificent castles that immediately collapsed. My dad was watching me. I'd look back every few minutes and he'd be there, sitting on the blanket, sometimes reading a newspaper, sometimes just watching the waves, but always with an eye on me. He'd give me a little wave. I felt safe. That's when I first saw the older boy. He was just there, maybe 12 or 13, I don't know. To 4-year-old me, he was a giant. He had sort of reddish-brown hair, cut short, and his skin was already tanned dark for the summer. He was wearing these blue swim trunks with some kind of pattern on them, and he was just standing knee-deep in the water, not really doing anything, just staring out at the horizon. I didn't think much of him. I was busy. But after a while, I noticed he was looking at me. Not in a friendly way, not like the other grown-ups who'd smile at a little kid on the beach. It was a flat, empty sort of look. He took a few steps closer. "Your castle's going to get washed away," he said. His voice wasn't mean, but it wasn't nice either. It was just a statement. I remember looking down at my sloppy lump of sand. "I know the sand is better out there," he said, pointing to where the water was deeper, past the little breaking waves. "It's harder. You can build better stuff." I shook my head. "I'm not allowed." "It's not that far," he said. He took another step. "I'll show you. It's right there. Your dad can still see you." I remember this so clearly. I turned and looked back at my dad. He was still on the blanket. He saw me looking and waved again. He saw the older boy standing near me, and I guess he just thought it was some kid being friendly. He didn't get up. He gave me a thumbs up. That was the permission I thought I needed. That thumbs up. It's what I've replayed in my head 1,000,000 times. "See?" the older boy said. "Come on." So I went. I left my bucket and shovel behind, and I followed him. The water got deeper quickly. It was up to my waist, then my chest. The waves here were stronger, pushing me around. I had to hop to keep my head above water. I was starting to get scared. The noise was different out here, louder, a rushing in my ears. "It's just a little further," he said. He was right in front of me. We stopped where the water was up to my neck. I was tiptoeing, my chin tilted up to keep my mouth clear. I was terrified. The sand beneath my feet was mushy and unstable. I could feel the pull of the water trying to lift me off my feet. "See?" he said again. But he wasn't pointing at the sand. He was just looking at me with that same blank expression. Then his hands were on my shoulders. It happened so fast. There was no change in his face, no smirk, no anger, nothing. It was like he was a machine following a program. He just pushed down. The world disappeared. 1 second I was gasping, fighting to keep my mouth above the choppy surface, and the next I was under. It was a shock of cold and silence, but only for a split second. Then the panic exploded in my chest. My eyes were open. I remember the sting of the salt, the blurry greenish gold light filtering through the water. I could see his legs, pale and skinny, planted in the sand in front of me. His hands were like iron weights on my shoulders, holding me down with an unbelievable strength. I kicked. I thrashed. My arms flailed, but it was useless. It was like fighting a wall. Bubbles erupted from my nose and mouth. My lungs were on fire. It's a feeling you can't understand unless you've felt it. It's not just that you need air, it's that your body is screaming, every single cell is screaming, that it's dying. Your chest seizes up, a violent, painful cramp. Your throat locks. Your brain is just one word over and over. No, no, no. I looked up. I could see the surface, this shimmering, wavy ceiling so close but completely out of reach. I could see the distorted shapes of other people on the beach, living their normal day, completely unaware that I was drowning right in front of them. The sun was a bright, wobbly coin in the sky. It was so beautiful, and I was trapped beneath it. I remember the taste, salt water flooding into my mouth and nose, gritty with sand. I remember the sound, a deep, rumbling roar of the water, and my own frantic heartbeat pounding in my ears. The thump, slowing down. A weird calm started to creep in at the edges of the panic. The burning in my lungs was becoming a dull, heavy ache. The light started to get dark, like a curtain was being drawn. I was giving up. Then, through the water, a different shape, a bigger, darker shape crashing towards us. The hands on my shoulders vanished. The next thing I knew, I was being hauled up into the air. It was a violent, wrenching motion. My head broke the surface and I sucked in a breath, but it was just a choked, wet gasp. My body was convulsing, coughing, vomiting salt water. I was clinging to something. It was my dad. He had me wrapped in one arm, so tight I could feel his heart hammering against my back. He was standing right where the boy had been. He was screaming. I'd never heard my dad scream before. It wasn't a word. It was just this raw animal sound of pure terror and rage. He was spinning around, looking everywhere, his face white as a sheet. "Where did he go?" he was yelling. Not at me, but at the world. "Where is he?" People were staring. A few were starting to gather. My dad was still holding me, my face pressed into his neck. I was crying, this weak, hiccuping cry. I was so cold, shivering uncontrollably, even though the sun was blazing hot. "A boy!" My dad was shouting at a man who had come over. "An older boy! He was holding her under. He tried to drown my little girl." The man looked shocked. Others started looking around, scanning the water, the beach. My dad, still clutching me, started wading back to shore. His movements were jerky, frantic. He laid me down on the scratchy blanket, and I just curled into a ball, still coughing up water. He was kneeling over me, his hands on my face, my back, checking that I was real, that I was alive. "Did you see him?" he asked me, his voice cracking. "Honey, what did he look like?" I couldn't talk. I just shook my head and sobbed. We never found him. My dad left me with a kind-looking woman for a few minutes, while he and a few other men ran up and down the beach. They searched the water, the dunes, the parking lot. Nothing. It was like the boy had vanished into thin air. One minute he was there, holding me under, and the next he was just gone. No one else had really gotten a good look at him. He was just another kid on a crowded beach. The car ride home was dead silent. The radio was off. The only sounds were my occasional shudders and the hum of the tires on the asphalt. My dad didn't whistle. He didn't smile. He just drove, one hand on the wheel, the other reaching back to hold my foot the whole way. His knuckles were white. We never went back to that beach. For years I told myself it was just a stupid, scary accident, a bigger kid playing too rough. Maybe he thought it was a game. Kids do dumb things. I tried to believe that. But I can't. I'm an adult now, and I have kids of my own. I watch them like a hawk at the pool at the lake. I know what a kid playing rough looks like. I know what a dumb, dangerous prank looks like. What that boy did to me wasn't that. It was deliberate, the way he lured me out. The calm, methodical way he looked around first, making sure my dad wasn't immediately rushing over. The absolute lack of emotion on his face. The relentless, steady pressure of his hands. Not a frantic push, but a firm, intentional hold. He didn't let go until my dad physically tore him off of me. He meant to do it. He meant to hold me under the water until I stopped moving. He wanted to see what would happen. That's the part that haunts me, even now. Not just the feeling of drowning, the physical terror of it. That was bad enough. It's the knowledge that in the middle of all that sunshine and laughter, surrounded by hundreds of people, something purely, simply evil was standing next to me. It was wearing a kid's face, and it wanted me to die. And then it just walked away, back into the crowd, and nobody ever knew. Story 11. Okay. So I've been putting off writing this down because honestly, it still freaks me out to even think about it. But I need to get it out there. Maybe someone else has gone through something similar or can make sense of it. I've been having these visions for about a week now, and I know how that sounds, like I'm losing it or something, but I swear this is real. It's always the same guy. He's dressed in this old-fashioned striped suit, like something from the 1920s or 30s. With a fedora pulled down low so I can't really see his face. He just stands there, not moving, and I get this cold, heavy feeling in my chest every time I see him. It's not like a dream. It's more like a flash in my mind when I'm awake, and it leaves me feeling unsettled for hours. But last night was different. It wasn't just a vision anymore. It felt like he stepped right out of my head and into my house. The day started out normal, I guess. I woke up around 7 in the morning feeling tired because I hadn't slept well. Those visions had been creeping in even during the day. I live alone in this small house on the edge of town, kind of isolated, with woods behind the property. It's usually quiet, which I like, but lately the silence has felt heavier, like it's waiting for something. I went through my usual routine, made coffee, scrambled some eggs, and tried to shake off the weirdness from the night before. I'd seen him again in a vision before bed, just for a second, standing at the foot of my stairs, and it left me so jittery I almost didn't want to go upstairs to sleep. I spent the day working from home. I'm a graphic designer, so I'm on the computer a lot, but I couldn't focus. Every time I'd look away from the screen, I'd half expect to see him in the corner of the room. Around noon, I took a break and walked outside to get the mail. The air felt thick, like before a storm. Even though the sky was clear, I remember noticing how the trees were perfectly still, no wind at all, and it made the hairs on my arms stand up. I hurried back inside and locked the door, which is something I don't usually do during the day. As the afternoon dragged on, I tried to distract myself with music and chores. I cleaned the kitchen, vacuumed the living room, stupid stuff. But it kept my mind busy. Around 5 o'clock, I made dinner, just some pasta, but I barely tasted it. My heart was racing for no reason, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. I know it sounds paranoid, but it was like I could feel someone watching me. I checked all the windows and doors again, making sure everything was locked tight. The sun started to set, and the shadows in the house grew longer, stretching across the walls in a way that made my skin crawl. By 9 o'clock, I was exhausted. I decided to go to bed early, hoping sleep would reset my brain. I took a quick shower, the hot water helping to loosen the tension in my shoulders. But as I was drying off, I caught my reflection in the mirror and froze. For a split second, I thought I saw him behind me, just a shadowy shape in the striped suit. But when I spun around, there was nothing. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the towel. I hurried into my bedroom, which is upstairs, and got dressed in sweats and a t-shirt. The whole time, I had this nagging feeling that I wasn't alone. I climbed into bed around 10 o'clock, but sleep didn't come easy. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to every little noise. The house creaks a lot, old floorboards, pipes groaning, but tonight it sounded different, more deliberate, like footsteps. I told myself it was just my imagination, but my body wasn't buying it. My muscles were tense, and I could feel my pulse thumping in my throat. I must have drifted off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a loud bang. It was the kind of sound that shakes you to your core. Not like a door slamming shut, but like something heavy hitting the wall. I sat up in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs. The room was pitch black. I always sleep with the curtains drawn and no nightlight, so I couldn't see anything. I held my breath, listening. For a few seconds there was nothing. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, heavy footsteps coming from downstairs. They weren't random. They had a rhythm, like someone pacing back and forth in the hallway. My first thought was that someone had broken in. I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand, but my hands were so sweaty and shaky I could barely grip it. I managed to turn on the flashlight, and the beam cut through the darkness, making the shadows dance in a way that made my stomach twist. The footsteps kept going, steady and loud, like boots on hardwood. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That I heard footsteps? It sounded crazy even to me, so I just sat there frozen, listening. Then the footsteps started coming up the stairs. Each step was slow and deliberate, like whoever it was taking their time. I could hear the creak of each stair, one after another getting closer. My body went cold, and I felt this wave of dread wash over me. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't move. It was like I was glued to the bed. My legs felt like lead, and my arms were locked at my sides. I've never felt so helpless in my life. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and stopped right outside my bedroom door. My door was closed, but not locked. I never lock it because I live alone. For what felt like an eternity, there was silence. Then the doorknob started to turn. It moved slowly, with a faint metallic squeak that made my blood run cold. I watched, paralyzed, as the door swung open. And there he was. The man from my visions, dressed in that striped suit, the fedora casting a shadow over his face. He was just standing there, in the doorway, not moving. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel him staring at me. It wasn't a blank stare, it was intense, like he was looking right through me. His suit was perfectly pressed, the stripes sharp and clean, and he held himself straight, almost rigid. He didn't say anything, didn't make a sound, just stood there. I tried to speak, to ask who he was or what he wanted, but my throat was so tight all that came out was a choked gasp. My whole body was trembling, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back. The air in the room felt heavy and cold, like winter had crept in, even though it's the middle of summer. I remember noticing small details, the way the fabric of his suit didn't rustle, how his hands hung at his sides, pale and still. He didn't seem to breathe, and that made it worse. It was like he wasn't human. We stayed like that for what felt like forever. Me, frozen in bed, him, standing in the doorway. I kept waiting for him to do something, to step forward, to reach out, but he didn't. He just kept staring. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Was this a dream, a hallucination? But it felt too real. I could smell the musty scent of old wood and something else, like damp earth, filling the room. I could hear the clock ticking in the hallway, each tick sounding like a hammer blow. Then slowly, he started to fade. Not like he walked away, but like he was dissolving into the darkness. His figure became translucent, the stripes on his suit blurring, until he was just a faint outline. And then, he was gone. The doorway was empty again, but the feeling of his presence lingered, like a cold spot in the room. As soon as he vanished, the paralysis broke. I gasped, sucking in air like I'd been holding my breath for hours. I scrambled out of bed, my legs wobbly, and stumbled to the doorway. I shone my flashlight into the hall, but there was nothing, no one. The house was silent again, except for the pounding of my heart. I checked the stairs, the living room. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. No signs of a break-in, no footprints, nothing. I spent the rest of the night on the couch downstairs, too scared to go back to my room. I kept the lights on and a knife from the kitchen next to me, even though I knew it wouldn't help against whatever that was. I didn't sleep at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing there, staring. The sun came up a few hours ago, and I'm still sitting here writing this. My hands are shaking, and I keep glancing at the doorway, half expecting him to reappear. I don't know who he is, or why he's appearing to me. I've never seen him before these visions started, and I have no history of mental health issues. It feels ominous, like a warning or something worse. I'm afraid to go to sleep tonight, afraid he'll come back, and that's it. That's what happened. I still can't explain it. Story 12. Shh! I still can't shake what happened that Mother's Day. It's been weeks, but I feel like I'm right back there every time I close my eyes. I live with my fiancé and his parents in this old house in Massachusetts, and honestly, I've never felt completely at ease here. The place is built on what used to be a chapel, and sometimes it feels like the walls are holding onto secrets they don't want to share. That day, though, everything came to a head, and I've been scared to be alone in the house ever since. I woke up that morning with this weird heaviness in my chest, like something was pressing down on me. It was early, maybe around 7, and the sun was just starting to filter through the curtains. My fiancé was still asleep next to me, breathing evenly, and for a second, everything felt normal. But then I noticed how quiet the house was. Too quiet. Normally, you'd hear the floorboards creaking or the hum of the fridge, but it was dead silent, like the air itself was holding its breath. I got up to use the bathroom, and as I walked down the hallway, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. You know that sensation where the hairs on your neck stand up? Yeah, that. I tried to brush it off, told myself it was just because I was still half asleep. But when I passed the kitchen doorway, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a pale grey figure just standing there by the sink. It was tall and kind of blurry, like looking through foggy glass. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, but when I turned my head fully, it was gone. No sound, no movement, just empty space. I've seen it a couple times before, always in the kitchen, and every time it makes my stomach drop. I hurried back to the bedroom, my hands shaking, and climbed into bed, pulling the covers up like a kid. My fiancé stirred but didn't wake up, and I lay there for what felt like forever, listening to my own heartbeat. When we finally got up for the day, the house felt a little more alive. My fiancé's mom was in the kitchen making coffee, and the smell helped ground me. She's a sweet woman, always trying to make everything cozy, but even she's admitted that things feel off here. Over breakfast, she mentioned hearing knocking sounds the night before, 3 sharp raps on her bedroom door around midnight. She said it happened a few times this month, and each time the dogs would start barking at nothing, their fur standing on end. We have 2 dogs, a Labrador and a Terrier mix, and they're usually pretty chill, but lately they've been acting skittish, growling at empty corners. That morning, though, they were calm, curled up by the table, and I tried to push the earlier stuff out of my mind. The plan for Mother's Day was to have a low-key day at home, maybe watch a movie later. My fiancé and his dad were setting up the grill outside for lunch, and I offered to help his mom with dessert in the kitchen. As I was pulling out mixing bowls, I felt that cold breeze again, the one that seems to come out of nowhere. It's not like a draft from a window. It's more focused, like someone blowing on the back of your neck. It moved my hair, and I shivered, clutching the counter for support. His mom noticed and asked if I was okay. I just nodded and said I was tired, but inside I was freaking out. I didn't want to ruin the day by bringing up the weird stuff, so I kept quiet. Around noon, we were all in the living room, chatting and waiting for the food to be ready. That's when the printer in the corner turned on by itself. It's an old model, and it made this grinding noise before spitting out a blank sheet of paper. Nobody was near it. We were all on the couch, and it hadn't been used in days. My fiancé's dad joked that it was haunted, but his mom got quiet, and I saw her exchange a look with me. She's the one who told me about the paranormal investigator they called a while back. He came in, walked around with some equipment, and said the house had a lot of activity. He specifically warned us not to light candles because there was a fire on the property years ago before the chapel was even built. Something about negative energy clinging to open flames. We don't have candles in the house anymore, but just thinking about it made me uneasy. After lunch, I went upstairs to take a quick nap. I was exhausted from not sleeping well the night before, and the couch in the guest room looked inviting. I lay down, closed my eyes, and must have dozed off. But then I felt the bed jolt, like someone had shoved it from underneath. My eyes snapped open, and I sat up, my heart pounding. The room was empty, but the bed frame had shifted a little, and I could still feel the vibration in my bones. I got up and checked under the bed. Nothing there, just dust bunnies. I ended up not going back to sleep. Instead, I just sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the door, half expecting it to open on its own. As the afternoon wore on, the tension in the house built up. The dog started acting weird again, pacing and whining by the back door. My fiancé took them out for a walk, and I stayed inside with his parents. We were in the kitchen, cleaning up, when his mom pointed out the window and said, "Did you see that?" I followed her gaze, and for a split second, I saw a dark shape float by outside. It was like a shadow, but denser, moving quickly past the window without making a sound. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt cold all over. We both stood there, silent, until his dad came in and broke the moment. By evening, I was on edge. We decided to watch a movie in the living room to distract ourselves, but I couldn't focus. Every little noise made me jump. The clock ticking, the wind outside, even the rustle of someone's clothes. Then, around 8 o'clock, the smoke alarms went off. All of them, at once, blaring through the house. There was no smoke, no fire, nothing. We all rushed to check, turning them off one by one, but they kept beeping intermittently. My fiancé's dad checked the batteries. They were fine. It was like something was triggering them on purpose. We ended up disconnecting them for the night, but the sound echoed in my ears for hours. After that, the house settled into an eerie calm. We all went to bed early, but I couldn't sleep. I lay there next to my fiancé, listening to the silence, and that's when it hit me. The feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. It was like there were eyes on me from every corner of the room. I pulled the blanket over my head, but it didn't help. I kept thinking about the pale figure, the knocking, the printer, the bed jolting, the dark shape, the alarms, all of it happening in one day. It felt like the house was trying to tell us something, or maybe push us out. I don't know how to explain any of it. I'm not a superstitious person, but after that day, I hate being alone here. Sometimes I'll be in a room by myself, and I'll feel that cold breeze or hear a faint knock, and I'll just freeze. My fiancé thinks I'm overreacting, but his mom gets it. She's lived here longer and has seen more. That Mother's Day, though, was the worst it's ever been. Everything just stopped after the smoke alarms, but the fear didn't. It's like whatever was here made its point and left, but I can't shake the feeling that it's not really gone. I still see things sometimes or feel that jolt, and I wonder if it'll ever fully go away. For now, I just try to avoid being alone, especially at night. I don't know what else to do. Story 13. My dad, he'd gotten it into his head that we should have a bonfire on the beach. A real, proper one. My mom was hesitant. She's always thinking about logistics and sand in the food. But Dad had that glint in his eye, the one he gets when he's decided we're going to have an adventure. So we'd packed up a cooler with drinks, some snacks, a bunch of towels, and a bag of firewood we'd bought from a guy on the side of the road. The beach was pretty much deserted. It was a weekday, and this wasn't one of the big resort areas. It was just a long, wide stretch of sand, bordered by dark, whispering palm trees and the endless black ocean. The sun had been down for about an hour, so the last of the deep orange and purple was fading from the sky, leaving it a velvety dark blue. The stars were starting to come out, pinpricks of light in the vastness overhead. The air was still warm, but that oppressive daytime heat was gone, replaced by a soft, salty breeze. We got the fire going after a few tries. I remember the smell of the smoke, a clean, woody smell that mixed with the briny ocean air. The flames crackled and popped, throwing dancing orange light on our faces and creating a small pocket of warmth in the growing cool of the night. Beyond our little circle of light, the world was just deep shadows and the steady, rhythmic crash of the waves. It felt like we were the only people on the planet. We were just sitting there, not talking much, just watching the fire. My mum was leaning against my dad, and I was sitting on a log we'd dragged over, poking the edge of the fire with a stick. I remember feeling a deep, simple peace. This is it, I thought. This is what life is about, these quiet moments. That's when I saw it. It was way down the beach, maybe a couple 100 yards away, a shape where there shouldn't have been a shape. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, my eyes adjusting to the dark, maybe a piece of driftwood standing upright, but it was moving. "Hey," I said, my voice quiet. I didn't mean to whisper, but it came out that way. "Do you guys see that?" My dad followed my gaze. He squinted, the firelight catching the lines on his face. "See what?" "There, down by the water." I pointed with my stick. We all stared. The figure was tall, impossibly tall, and unnaturally thin. It was wearing what looked like a long black overcoat, the kind you'd wear in a cold city winter, not on a tropical beach. The coat was so long it seemed to brush the sand, but it wasn't billowing in the ocean breeze. It was perfectly, utterly still, and it was gliding, not walking. Its legs weren't moving. It was just sliding over the surface of the wet sand near the waterline, smooth and silent as a shadow. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. This was wrong. All of it was wrong. "What the hell is that?" my dad muttered, his voice low and serious. The happy, relaxed mood we'd had just seconds ago was gone, replaced by a tense, watchful silence. The figure kept gliding, parallel to the shoreline. It had no discernible features, no face, no hands, no hair, just this tall black silhouette against the slightly less dark backdrop of the ocean and sky. But as it moved, it passed through a patch where the starlight was a little brighter, and I saw them. Its eyes. They weren't reflective. They weren't shiny. They were just two patches of a black, so deep and complete, it was like looking into a void, a blackness that seemed to swallow the light around it. They were set in what should have been its face, but there was no nose, no mouth, just that smooth, featureless plain, and those two pits of absolute nothing. We were frozen, all three of us, just watching this thing move with a silent, effortless grace that was utterly terrifying. It wasn't human. It couldn't be. No human moved like that. No human was shaped like that, and then it stopped. It stopped its gliding motion so abruptly it was like it had hit an invisible wall. It was now facing us directly. Even from that distance I could feel its attention. It had been moving with a kind of random purpose before, but now it was fixed on us, on our little fire, on our little family. The sound of the waves seemed to fade away. The crackle of the fire became distant, like it was happening in another room. The only thing in the entire world was that tall black figure and those depthless black eyes, and then it turned its head. It wasn't a smooth turn. It was a sharp, jerky movement, like a bird, but mechanical. There was no neck. The whole top part of its body just swiveled until those black eyes were locked directly on me. I felt it. I physically felt its gaze. It was a pressure, a cold weight in the center of my chest. It felt like it was peeling me open layer by layer. It wasn't just looking at me, it was looking through me. It was reading me. I felt laid bare, every secret thought, every memory, every fear, all just laid out for this thing to see. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me, so cold it felt like my blood had turned to ice. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I could only stare back into that nothingness. It lasted for maybe 3 seconds. It felt like 3 hours. Then it moved again. It turned its body to fully face the ocean, its movement once more, that silent, gliding motion. It slid across the wet sand, right to the water's edge, and then it didn't stop. It went straight into the waves. I expected it to wade in, or for the water to splash around its legs, but it didn't. It glided over the surface of the water as if the ocean was solid ground. It didn't sink, not even an inch. Its long black coat didn't get wet. It just moved out over the dark rolling water, getting smaller and smaller, a black stain against the black sea, until it simply vanished into the night. The spell broke. My dad was on his feet in an instant. He didn't say a word. He just started running. He sprinted down the beach, his form clumsy and human compared to the thing's unnatural grace, his feet kicking up sand. He ran all the way to the spot where it had entered the water. I saw him standing there, his hands on his hips, chest heaving, staring out at the empty ocean. My mum had her hand clamped over her mouth, her eyes wide with a fear I'd never seen in her before. She reached out and grabbed my arm, her grip so tight it hurt. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. What in God's name was that? I couldn't answer. I just shook my head, my whole body starting to shiver uncontrollably. The peaceful night felt hostile now. The shadows between the palm trees felt deep and hiding things. The sound of the waves was no longer soothing. It was an ominous, pounding rhythm. A few minutes later, a young couple walked by, laughing, holding hands. They were maybe 20 feet away. They glanced at our fire, smiled at us, and kept walking. They hadn't seen a thing. How could they not have seen it? It was right there. It was the most terrifying, impossible thing I had ever witnessed, and they just strolled past like it was any other night. My dad came trudging back. His face was pale, his expression a mask of confusion and a deep, unsettling fear. Sand was stuck to his sweaty legs, and his breathing was still ragged. "It's gone," he said, his voice hoarse. "There's nothing there. No tracks. Nothing." We all looked. He was right. The wet sand where the figure had been gliding was smooth and unmarked. There were no footprints leading to or from the water. It was as if it had never been there at all. We packed up our stuff in a frantic, silent hurry. We dumped sand on the fire, not even caring if it was completely out, just wanting to be gone. The drive back to our rental house was dead quiet. No one spoke. I sat in the back seat, pressed against the door, watching the dark shapes of the trees fly by outside. Every shadow looked like a tall figure in a coat. Every time we passed a streetlight, the brief flash of light felt like an accusing glare. When we got back, we all went straight to our rooms. There was no discussion. No, "What do you think that was?" Nothing. It was too big, too wrong to talk about. I lay in bed that night, and for many nights after, staring at the ceiling. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it, that sharp turn of the head, those black eyes locking onto mine, that feeling of being utterly known and completely violated. The image of it gliding over the water without sinking is burned into my brain. The next morning, my dad tried to act normal. He made coffee. He talked about maybe going into town to look at the shops, but the light was gone from his eyes. He was just going through the motions. We cut our vacation short and went home 2 days later. We never talked about it again. Not once. It became this huge, silent thing sitting in the middle of our family. My dad, especially, was never quite the same. He was quieter, more withdrawn. He'd get this faraway look in his eyes sometimes, and I knew he was back on that beach, watching that thing slide into the ocean. That was 7 years ago. I've tried to rationalize it. A sleepwalker in a weird coat, a mass hallucination, but the details won't let me. The way it moved, the way it didn't sink, the way it looked at us, the way it felt. That wasn't a person. I don't know what it was, but it was something else, something that shouldn't be. And the worst part, the part that still gives me chills and keeps me up some nights, is the certainty I felt in that moment it was reading us. It wasn't just observing, it was learning. It was taking something from us, and I have no idea what it took or why. I just know that on a perfect, peaceful night on a beautiful beach, something out of a nightmare saw us, judged us, and then disappeared into the sea as if it had never been there at all. My dad chased it, but it was already gone, and he never said another word about it. Story 14. Okay, so this is something I've never really talked about with anyone, not even the people who were there with me. I've been sitting on this for a while now, and I guess typing it out might help, or maybe it'll just make me feel worse, I don't know. But here goes. It was last summer, I think around late July, when me and a couple of friends decided to take a road trip up to upstate New York. We'd all been stuck in the city for months, just grinding through work and life, and we needed a break. One of my buddies found this cabin online. It was cheap, isolated, and right in the middle of nowhere, which sounded perfect at the time. We packed up the car on a Friday morning, left around 9 or 10, and drove for what felt like forever. The roads got narrower and more winding the farther we went, and by the time we reached the cabin, it was already getting dark, maybe around 8 in the evening. The cabin itself was, well, it was exactly what you'd expect from a place that cost almost nothing. Old, wooden, with a porch that creaked every time you stepped on it. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, and the woods around us were so thick you could barely see 10 feet in once the sun went down. We unloaded our stuff, coolers, sleeping bags, a bunch of snacks, and got a fire going in the pit outside. For a while, it was great. We were laughing, drinking a few beers, just enjoying the quiet. But as the night went on, I started feeling kind of uneasy. Not sure why, just this nagging sense that something was off. Maybe it was the absolute silence, broken only by the occasional rustle in the trees, or the way the shadows seemed to move when you weren't looking directly at them. My friends didn't seem to notice anything. They were inside by then, playing cards or something, and I decided to stay out by the fire for a bit longer. I wanted to clear my head, I guess. The fire was dying down, so I thought I'd grab some more wood from the pile we'd stacked near the edge of the woods. That's when things got weird. I walked over to the wood pile, which was maybe 20 feet from the cabin, right where the tree line started. It was pitch black out there, except for the faint glow from the cabin windows and the embers of the fire. I remember the air was cold, colder than it should have been for July, and I could see my breath misting in front of me. As I bent down to pick up a couple of logs, I heard a sound from deep in the woods. Not like an animal sound exactly, but something heavier, more deliberate, like footsteps crunching on leaves, but too slow, too steady. I froze for a second, listening. My heart was already starting to beat faster, and I felt that prickly feeling on the back of my neck, the one you get when you know you're being watched. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, something harmless. But then I saw movement between the trees, maybe 30 or 40 feet away. At first I thought it was just a shadow, but it was too tall, too solid. It was standing upright, like a person, but way bigger. I mean, this thing had to be at least 7 or 8 feet tall, and it was covered in what looked like brown fur, matted and shaggy. I couldn't see its face clearly at first, but then it turned slightly, and that's when I saw the eyes. They were glowing, not like reflectors or anything, but actually glowing with this faint yellowish light. It was staring right at me, and I felt this wave of pure dread wash over me. My legs went weak, and I dropped the wood I was holding. The sound of the logs hitting the ground seemed way too loud in the silence. We just stood there, me and this thing, locked in this stare down. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe properly. My chest felt tight, and my hands were shaking. I remember thinking, this isn't real, this can't be real, but it was. The creature didn't make a sound at first, just kept staring with those glowing eyes. They weren't blinking, just fixed on me, and I could feel the intensity of it, like it was probing me, sizing me up. The fur on its body looked coarse, almost like it was wet or muddy in places, and it moved with this eerie grace, like it was perfectly balanced on 2 legs. Then it took a step forward, and that's when I heard the first roar. It wasn't like any animal I've ever heard, not a bear, not a big cat. It was deeper, more guttural, and it seemed to vibrate through the ground. The sound echoed through the trees, and I felt it in my bones, like a physical force. My ears rang, and for a second I thought I was going to pass out. The roar was followed by another, louder this time, and the creature bared its teeth. I couldn't see them clearly, but I saw the glint in the dim light, and it was enough to send me over the edge. That's when I broke. I turned and ran, stumbling over my own feet, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst. I didn't look back, but I could hear it behind me, another roar that sounded closer, more aggressive. The air felt thick, like I was running through water, and every branch and twig seemed to grab at my clothes. I remember the cold sweat on my skin, the way my breath came in ragged gasps, and the sheer mind-numbing terror that made everything else blurry. I burst through the cabin door, slamming it shut behind me, and leaned against it, panting. My friends looked up from their card game, confused. One of them asked if I was okay, and I just mumbled something about tripping over a root. I couldn't tell them what I'd seen. They'd think I was crazy or drunk or both, so I forced a smile, said I was fine, and went to sit by the window, where I could keep an eye on the woods. For the rest of the night I didn't sleep. I just sat there, staring out into the darkness, waiting for those glowing eyes to appear again. Every little noise made me jump, the wind rustling the trees, an owl hooting in the distance. I kept replaying the moment in my head, over and over. The way the creature stood, the sound of its roar, the feel of its gaze on me. It was so real, so vivid, that even now, months later, I can close my eyes and see it perfectly. We left the next morning, and I never said a word to my friends. They thought I was just tired or maybe coming down with something, but I know what I saw, and I still don't have any explanation for it. Was it a bear walking on its hind legs? Maybe, but bears don't have glowing eyes, and they don't roar like that. I've looked up stories online, read about weird sightings in the woods, but nothing quite matches. Part of me wishes I'd never gone out there that night, but another part knows that I'll never forget it. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I still feel like those eyes are watching me, waiting. Story 15. Okay, so this happened about 2 years ago, and I still get chills thinking about it. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my close friends, but I feel like I need to get it out there, especially since I found this place where people talk about stuff like this. Maybe someone else has heard something similar. It was a Friday in late October, and me and 3 of my buddies decided to go camping up in the Pine Ridge area. We'd been planning it for weeks, just a guy's weekend to unwind, away from work and all the noise of the city. The weather was perfect for it, crisp but not too cold, with that kind of autumn smell in the air that makes you want to sit by a fire all night. We got to the campsite around 4 in the afternoon. and it was one of those semi-secluded spots, not too far from the main trail, but enough that you felt like you were alone in the woods. We set up our tents quickly, joking around and cracking open a couple of beers while we gathered wood for the fire. By the time it got dark, we had a decent campfire going. The flames were dancing, casting these long shadows that made the trees look like they were leaning in to listen to us. We were just sitting there, roasting marshmallows and talking about stupid stuff. Work, sports, old memories from college. You know, the usual. The air was filled with the crackle of the fire and the occasional rustle of leaves from the wind. It felt peaceful, the kind of night where you forget about all your worries. Then, around 9 o'clock, we heard it for the first time. At first, I thought it was just the wind picking up, or maybe an animal, a coyote or something. But it wasn't. It was this low, mournful sound coming from deep in the woods. It sounded like a woman crying, but not in a way I'd ever heard before. It was drawn out, almost like a moan that would rise and fall, then fade away before starting up again. We all stopped talking at the same time, and you could feel the mood shift instantly. One of my friends, let's call him Dave because I don't want to use real names, he laughed it off and said it was probably just an owl. But owls don't sound like that. This was too human, too sad. We tried to ignore it for a bit, but the sound kept coming back, maybe every 10 minutes or so. Each time it was a little louder, a little closer. It wasn't constant. It would start soft, build up to this aching wail, and then trail off into nothing. I remember feeling this knot in my stomach, like when you're a kid and you hear a noise in the dark and your heart starts pounding. My hands were getting clammy, and I kept glancing over my shoulder into the trees. But it was pitch black out there beyond the firelight. The woods felt alive in a way they hadn't before, like they were watching us. After a while, we noticed another group of campers a few sites over. They had a bigger fire, and we could see their silhouettes moving around. We decided to walk over and see if they'd heard it too. Maybe they knew what it was. When we got closer, an older guy, probably in his 50s, waved us over. He had this tired look on his face, like he'd been camping there for a while. We asked him about the noise and he just nodded slowly, like he'd been expecting us to ask. He told us that people around here call it the teacher's lament. According to him, about 30 years ago, there was a high school teacher who worked at a nearby town. One of her students, a girl, was bullied really badly, relentlessly, day after day, and eventually, she couldn't take it anymore. She went into these woods and hanged herself from a tree. The teacher blamed herself for not stopping it, and the story goes that she lost her mind after that. She'd wander the woods at night, calling out for the student, hoping to find her and apologize. Eventually she died out here too, and now her ghost is said to still be searching, moaning for the girl she couldn't save. Hearing that sent a cold shiver down my spine. It wasn't just some random ghost story. The way he said it, with this heaviness in his voice, made it feel real. He mentioned that locals avoid camping in this area during October because that's when it's supposed to be the strongest, around the anniversary of the girl's death. We'd picked this weekend without knowing any of that. My friends and I exchanged looks, and I could see the doubt in their eyes, but also this unease starting to settle in. We thanked the guy and headed back to our site, but the whole walk back, I kept hearing that moaning in the distance, and now it had a context that made it 1,000 times worse. Back at our campfire, we tried to laugh it off again. Dave said it was probably just some pranksters or a recording, but his voice was shaky. Another friend, let's call him Mark, he's usually the skeptic, but even he was quiet, staring into the fire like he was trying to see something in the flames. The moaning kept up, and with the story fresh in our minds, every sound in the woods felt amplified. The rustle of leaves made me jump, and the crackle of the fire seemed too loud, like it was trying to drown out the other noises. Then, around 11 o'clock, things took a turn. The moaning had been consistent, but suddenly it changed. It wasn't just a distant sound anymore. It felt like it was moving, weaving through the trees toward us. The pitch shifted. It went from this general sadness to something more personal, almost like it was directed at us. I remember feeling this cold sweat break out on my forehead, and my heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might burst. We all huddled closer to the fire, and someone suggested we pack up and leave, but it was dark, and the nearest town was a good hour's drive away on winding roads. We were stuck. The terror moment hit me when the moaning got so close that I could almost make out words in it. It wasn't just a noise anymore. It sounded like a real person, a woman crying out in pain or grief. Her voice would rise into this high, keening wail that made the hairs on my arms stand up, then drop into a whisper that seemed to curl around the trees. At one point, it felt like it was right behind me, and I spun around, but there was nothing there. Just darkness and the outline of trees swaying in the wind. My breath caught in my throat, and I could feel this primal fear taking over, the kind that makes you want to run, but also freeze at the same time. I remember looking at my friends' faces in the firelight, and they were pale, eyes wide with fear. Dave had his arms crossed tight over his chest, like he was trying to hold himself together. Mark was muttering under his breath something about how we shouldn't have come here. The moaning kept coming in waves, and each time it peaked, it felt like it was sucking the warmth out of the air. The fire seemed to dim, and the cold seeped into my bones. I started noticing little details that made it worse, like how the sound seemed to echo in a way that wasn't natural, like it was bouncing off trees that weren't there, or how it would stop abruptly when we held our breath, then start again, as if it knew we were listening. We decided to try and record it on our phones just to prove we weren't crazy, but when we played it back later, all we got was static and our own panicked whispers. At the time, though, we were too scared to move. We just sat there, listening, for what felt like hours. The moaning would fade for a few minutes, and we'd think it was over, but then it would start up again, louder and more desperate. It was around midnight when it felt the most human. I swear, I heard what sounded like a name being called, a soft, broken Sarah or something similar, but it was slurred, like through tears. That's when I really lost it. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my beer, and I had to set it down because I was afraid I'd drop it. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a lost hiker or an animal in distress, but deep down we all knew it wasn't. The way it matched the story, the timing, the sheer emotion in it. It was too coincidental. The other campers had packed up and left by then, their headlights cutting through the trees as they drove away, and that made us feel even more isolated. It was just us and whatever was out there. The peak of the horror was when the moaning seemed to be right at the edge of our campsite. I could hear it moving through the underbrush, like footsteps crunching on leaves, but when I shone my flashlight, there was nothing. The beam just lit up empty space, and the sound would stop, then start again a few feet away. It felt like it was playing with us, circling us. My skin was crawling, and I had this overwhelming urge to bolt, but I was rooted to the spot. Dave suggested we get in the car and wait it out, so we all scrambled into my SUV, locking the doors and turning on the engine for heat. Sitting in the car, with the windows fogging up, we could still hear it faintly from outside. It was quieter now, but more haunting because it was persistent, like it wasn't going to stop until it found what it was looking for. We sat in silence for what felt like an eternity, just listening to the hum of the engine and that distant, sorrowful sound. I kept checking the time on my phone. It was past 1 in the morning, and I remember thinking that the night would never end. The fear had settled into this dull ache in my chest, and I couldn't stop shaking. Eventually, around 2 o'clock, the moaning faded away for good. It didn't stop abruptly. It just got softer and softer until it was gone, like it had wandered off into the woods. We waited another half hour, but everything was silent, except for the normal night sounds, crickets, the wind, an occasional owl hoot. We were too scared to get out, so we spent the rest of the night in the car, dozing off fitfully. When the sun finally came up, it felt like a relief, but the unease was still there, thick in the air. We packed up our stuff as fast as we could, not even bothering to put out the campfire properly, just doused it with water and got the hell out of there. The drive back was quiet. No one really talking about what happened, but you could feel the tension. We dropped each other off, and I went home and slept for most of the day, but I kept waking up from dreams of that sound. To this day, I don't know what it was. I've tried to tell myself it was the wind or some animal, but it doesn't fit. The emotion in it was too real, too human. Sometimes, if I'm out in the woods at night, I'll catch myself listening for it, and my heart will start racing all over again. I never went back to that campsite, and I don't think I ever will. It's one of those things that just sticks with you, and no matter how much you try to explain it away, the fear remains, like a ghost in your own mind. Story 16. It was one of those things we never really talked about with anyone else. People would think we were crazy or making it up for attention. But me and my best friend, we've always had this connection. It's hard to explain. We'd finish each other's sentences, get the same song stuck in our heads at the same time. That kind of stuff. The shared dreams started a few years back, but they were always fuzzy. We'd wake up and say, "I had a weird dream about a beach," and the other would go, "No way, me too." But the details would be all wrong. Her beach would have purple sand, mine would have a giant octopus. It was just a funny coincidence, something to laugh about over coffee. But what happened last Tuesday, that wasn't fuzzy. That wasn't a coincidence. I'm writing this now because I can't sleep, and I need to get it out. My hands are still a little shaky, and every time I close my eyes, I see that damn slide projector. It started like any other night. We'd been studying for our midterms, the big ones for our history of architecture class. We'd been at it for hours, surrounded by textbooks and printouts, the glow of our laptops making our faces look pale and tired. We finally called it around 1 in the morning. She crashed on the air mattress on my floor, like she always does when we have a late study session, and I climbed into my bed. The last thing I remember is the sound of her breathing evening out into sleep, and then I was out too. The dream came on fast, and it was hyper-real. It felt more real than being awake. I was standing at the front of a classroom, not a big lecture hall, but one of those smaller seminar rooms on the 3rd floor of the Humanities building, room 314. I know that room well. We've had a couple classes in there. The lights were off, but the room was lit by the bright white glow of a projector screen. I was holding a clicker, the cheap plastic kind the university loans out. I turned to look at the class, but the seats were empty. The only other person in the room was my best friend. She was sitting at the desk, right in the center of the front row, her chin resting in her hands, staring intently at the screen. She looked bored but focused, the way she gets when she's trying to memorize something. On the screen was a PowerPoint slide. It was our presentation, the one we were supposed to give in 2 weeks. The slide had a pale blue background and a title in a boring standard font, Neo-Gothic Influences in Modern Municipal Buildings. I remember feeling a pang of anxiety in my dream, the same one I get before any presentation. I clicked the button. The slide changed with a soft whir-clunk sound, the old projector making that specific noise I'd heard 100 times before. The new slide was a detailed breakdown of the St. Pancras Renaissance Hotel in London. There was a bullet point about the use of pointed arches and a picture of the main facade. I started talking in the dream, explaining the material, my voice echoing in the empty room. I remember the feeling of the cool, smooth plastic of the clicker in my damp palm. I turned to my friend to see if she was following along. She was still staring at the screen, but now her head was tilted. She looked confused. She opened her mouth and she started to speak, but it wasn't her voice asking a question. It was her voice, but she was reading the next slide. "The most significant adaptation," she said, her tone flat and monotone, like a student forced to read aloud in class, "is not in the arches, but in the vertical emphasis of the facade, creating an illusion of..." And that's when I woke up. I jerked awake in my bed, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The room was dark, lit only by the faint orange glow of the streetlights filtering through my blinds. For a second, I was disoriented, the dream clinging to me like a cold sweat. The image of the slide, the sound of her voice, it was all so vivid. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. It was just a stress dream. We'd been studying that stuff all night. Of course, my brain was recycling it. Then I heard it. A voice in the dark room. It was her voice, coming from the floor. My blood went cold. I held my breath, straining to listen. The room was silent except for the hum of my desktop computer and the distant sound of a siren. Maybe I'd imagined it. I was about to lie back down when I heard it again. It was a mumble at first, then it got clearer. She was talking in her sleep. "Creating an illusion of greater height," she murmured, her voice thick with sleep, but the words were unmistakable. "This was achieved through the use of..." I froze. My whole body went rigid. No, it wasn't possible. That was the next part, the part from the dream, the part I hadn't seen yet. My skin prickled with a cold dread that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. This wasn't a funny coincidence. This was something else. I felt a primal fear, the kind that sits in the base of your spine. I had to wake her up. I had to know. I didn't turn on the light. I slid out of my bed, my feet cold on the wooden floor. I crept over to the air mattress. She was lying on her back, her face peaceful in sleep, but her lips were moving, forming silent words before she spoke again. "The pinnacles," she whispered, "serve both a decorative and structural purpose, channeling rainwater." "Hey," I said, my own voice a dry croak. I reached out and shook her shoulder, gently at first, then more firmly. "Hey, wake up!" She stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She blinked a few times, looking up at me in the dark. "What? What's wrong?" she mumbled, pushing herself up on her elbows. I didn't know how to say it. The words felt stupid and insane in my head. "You were talking in your sleep," I said. She rubbed her eyes. "Oh, sorry. Was I snoring again?" "No." You were talking about the presentation." She stopped rubbing her eyes and looked at me. I couldn't see her expression clearly in the dark, but I could feel her stillness. "What?" "The neo-Gothic presentation. You were talking about the vertical emphasis and the pinnacles." The silence that followed was heavy and thick. I could hear my own pulse thumping in my ears. "I was dreaming about that," she said, her voice quiet, almost a whisper. "Me too." We just sat there in the dark for a minute, the air between us charged with something I can't describe. It wasn't excitement, it was dread. A deep, unsettling dread. "Turn on the light," she said. I fumbled for the lamp on my nightstand and clicked it on. The sudden yellow light made us both squint. We looked at each other. Her face was pale, her eyes wide. "Tell me your dream," I said. "Exactly." So she did. And as she spoke, a cold knot tightened in my stomach. She described the classroom. Room 314. The lights off. The projector humming. She described me standing at the front, holding the clicker. She described the first slide. The pale blue background, the title in that boring font. She described the picture of the St. Pancras Hotel. She said she was sitting in the front row, and she remembered feeling bored. "Then you clicked to the next slide," she said, her eyes locked on mine, and I started to read it, out loud. In my dream, it was about the vertical emphasis creating an illusion of height. I felt the air leave my lungs. It was exactly the same, not just the same topic, the same room, the same slides, the same sequence of events. I was the one presenting. She was the one reading the next slide in her sleep. It was a perfect, horrifying mirror. We spent the next hour comparing notes. Our voices hushed, as if speaking too loudly would break some kind of spell or attract something we didn't want to attract. We confirmed every single detail. The layout of the room, the whiteboard on the left wall with a faint stain in the corner, the dusty blinds pulled halfway down, the specific shade of blue on the PowerPoint background, the whir-clunk sound of the projector, the feel of the clicker, the texture of the desk she was sitting at, the chip in the laminate on the top right corner. We knew these details. We'd been in that room. But we hadn't created our presentation slides yet. We had the research, but we hadn't designed a single slide. The pale blue background? That was a choice we'd never discussed. The specific bullet points she recited in her sleep. We had the information in our notes, but we hadn't decided on the exact wording. It felt like we hadn't just shared a dream. It felt like we had been somewhere, together, in the same place, at the same time, while our bodies were lying asleep in my bedroom. It felt like we had dream-hopped or traveled to some other dimension where our future presentation was already happening in an empty classroom. The word telepathy didn't feel big enough to cover it. This was different. This was like our consciousness had been untethered from our bodies and sent to the same coordinates. The terror wasn't in the dream itself. It wasn't a nightmare with monsters. The terror was in the impossibility of it, the violation of how things are supposed to work. Your mind is your own private space. It's the one place that is truly, exclusively yours. And that night, it wasn't. The walls between us had dissolved completely, and I didn't know how or why. We tried to rationalize it. We'd been studying the same thing. We were stressed. Our brains were synced up. But that didn't explain the specificity. It didn't explain her speaking the words from the next slide in her sleep, the slide I hadn't even seen yet in the dream. It didn't explain the shared, minute sensory details, the chip in the desk, the sound of the projector. Those aren't things you conjure from stress. Those are things you observe. The sun started to come up, painting the room in a grey, sickly light. We were both exhausted, running on pure adrenaline and fear. We decided to go to campus, to the humanities building. We had to see. We didn't talk much on the way. The morning was cold and damp, and every normal sound, a car driving by, a bird chirping, felt jarring and wrong. We walked into the humanities building and took the stairs to the third floor, our footsteps echoing in the quiet hallway. It was still early, and the building was mostly empty. We stopped in front of the door to room 314. I put my hand on the cool wood of the door. My heart was pounding again. I looked at her, and she gave me a tiny, nervous nod. I pushed the door open. The room was exactly as it had been in the dream. The desks were arranged in the same semicircle. The whiteboard was on the left wall, and there, in the corner, was the faint, coffee-colored stain. The dusty blinds were pulled halfway down, just like in the dream, and on the ceiling, humming softly, was the projector. We walked in slowly, like we were entering a crime scene. I went to the front of the room, where I had been standing in the dream. She walked over to the desk in the center of the front row. She ran her fingers over the surface, then stopped. She looked up at me, her face a mask of pure horror. She pointed to the top right corner of the desk. There was a chip in the laminate. I backed up until I hit the wall, my legs feeling weak. I just stood there, leaning against the cool cinder block, trying to breathe. It was real, all of it. The classroom wasn't just a generic classroom from our memory. It was this room, on this day, with every single detail intact. We had been here last night. Our minds had been here. We left the building without a word. We didn't go to our classes. We just went back to my apartment and sat on the couch in silence for a long time. What do you even say after something like that? That was 3 days ago. We haven't dreamed together since. Or if we have, we haven't remembered it. But everything feels different now. The world feels thinner. like a fragile skin over something vast and unknown that I accidentally glimpsed. I'm afraid to go to sleep. I'm afraid of that classroom. I'm afraid of the sound of a projector. Most of all, I'm afraid that it will happen again, and that next time we won't be the only ones in the room. Story 17. It was a Tuesday morning, and the first thing I remember is the smell. Not the familiar faint scent of coffee and dust from my own apartment, but something else. It was like damp earth and old, sweet flowers. The kind of smell that gets stuck in the back of your throat. I opened my eyes and my heart just dropped, straight down. This wasn't my room. My ceiling is popcorn texture, stained a little yellow near the vent. This ceiling was smooth, painted a pale, creamy color, and there was a light fixture I'd never seen before, a glass dome with a little chain hanging down. I was lying in a bed, but it wasn't my bed. The sheets were stiff, a rough cotton, and the blanket was a heavy woven thing, not my soft duvet. I tried to sit up, but my body felt heavy, like I was packed in sand. I could only turn my head. The room was nice. It was tidy. A dresser against one wall, dark wood, with a doily on top, and a small ceramic dish holding what looked like hairpins. A window with frilly white curtains let in a grey overcast light. Everything was clean, but it felt old. Not antique old, but just dated, like a room from 20 years ago that nobody had bothered to update. My brain was scrambling, trying to find a file for this, trying to slot it into a memory of a hotel or a friend's house, but nothing fit. This was a complete blank, and the blankness was starting to feel like panic. Then the door creaked open. It was my mum. I mean, it was her face, her hair, the way she held her shoulders. But it wasn't her. She was wearing a dress, a light blue, knee-length dress with small white flowers on it. My mum wears jeans and band t-shirts. She hates dresses, and her hair was different, styled in a soft curled bob instead of her usual long, straight hair she just ties back. She was smiling, but it was a quiet, careful smile, not her big, loud, laugh-filled grin. "Good morning, sweetheart," she said. Her voice was my mum's voice, the same pitch, the same tone, but the rhythm was wrong. It was slower, more measured. "I thought I heard you stirring. Did you sleep well?" I tried to say something, to scream, "Where am I?" But my throat was locked. All that came out was a weak, airy sigh. I was paralyzed, just watching her, this stranger wearing my mother's skin. She came over to the bed and smoothed the blanket over my chest. Her hand felt warm, real. "You just rest," she said. "I'll have your tea ready in a bit. You need your strength for today." My tea. I hate tea. I drink coffee, black, 2 sugars. My mom knows that. She's the one who bought me my first coffee maker. This woman, this imitation, was talking to me like she knew a version of me that drank tea and needed rest. She looked at me with such familiar affection, her eyes crinkling at the corners, just like my real mums do, and the dissonance was making me nauseous. It was the most profound sense of wrongness I have ever felt. It was like looking into a mirror and seeing a completely different person looking back, but with your own eyes. She turned and walked out of the room, her sensible, low-heeled shoes making soft clicks on the wooden floor. The door didn't latch properly, and it swung open just a crack. I could see a slice of a hallway, a wallpaper pattern of faint stripes, a framed picture of a sailboat. And that's when the memories started. They didn't come in words or clear images. They were more like sensations, feelings, knowledge just appearing in my head, fully formed, like they'd always been there. I knew this house. I knew that the floorboard 3 steps down the hall squeaked. I knew that the picture of the sailboat was bought on a vacation to a place called Seabrook, a vacation I have never, in my real life, taken. I knew that my father, my real father, died when I was 8, was in the kitchen, reading the newspaper. I could feel his presence, a solid, quiet weight in the house. I knew he'd be wearing a cardigan. I knew that in this life, I was recovering from something, an illness, A quiet, lingering thing that made everyone speak in hushed tones and bring me tea in bed. I felt a phantom weakness in my limbs, a memory of being bedridden. I felt a deep, sentimental attachment to the frilly curtains, because my mother, this other mother, had sewn them for me when I first got sick. I remembered her sitting by this bed reading to me, her voice a steady drone that pulled me out of fever dreams. These memories were layered over my real ones, my actual life. I could feel both at once. My real mom teaching me to ride a bike, her shouting, "I've got you," as I wobbled down the street, and this other mum holding a cold cloth to my forehead in this strange room, her face etched with a worry I had never caused her. My real dad, laughing as he tossed me into a swimming pool. This other dad, a quiet man in a cardigan, nodding at me over the breakfast table. The two sets of memories began to fight, to claw at each other inside my skull. It wasn't a headache, it was a war. My identity was being shredded. Which one was real? The one with the coffee and the band t-shirts felt vivid, sharp, now. But this one with the tea and the stiff sheets felt just as real, just as lived in. It had depth, it had history. The fear wasn't just about being in the wrong place anymore. It was about not knowing who I was. I was terrified that I was losing, that the me from this world was going to win and swallow the me. I knew whole. I focused everything I had on my right hand. My real hand. I tried to remember the scar on my knuckle from when I punched a locker in high school. I concentrated on the feeling of my own bed sheets, the weight of my own body, in my own bed. I was trying to build a rope, a lifeline back to myself. I mentally screamed for my apartment, for the sound of traffic outside my window, for the faint smell of my neighbor's weed. Through the crack in the door, I heard the other mother humming. It was a tune I didn't recognize, something old-fashioned and melancholy. The sound of it made my skin crawl. It was the soundtrack to this nightmare. I could hear the clink of a cup and saucer from what I knew was the kitchen. They were preparing my tea. The thought of that other me drinking it, of being cared for in this gentle, suffocating way, made my stomach clench. Then, a more terrifying thought. What if I couldn't get back? What if this was it? What if the life I remembered was the dream, and this quiet, sickly existence was my reality? The paralysis felt less like a physical state and more like this universe holding me down, cementing me into this body, this story. I fought harder. I didn't try to move my limbs. I knew that was useless. I fought with my mind. I pictured the blinking red light on my smoke detector. I pictured the crack in my bathroom ceiling. I pictured the stack of unread books on my nightstand. I held onto these details like they were rocks in a raging river. I repeated my own name, my real name in my head, over and over, a desperate mantra against the invading memories of this other life. The humming stopped. I heard footsteps coming back down the hall. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic, trapped bird. She was coming back. She was coming back with the tea, and she would expect her daughter to be there. The one who appreciated her care, the one who was slowly getting better. She would look at me with those loving, familiar eyes, and I was afraid that if she did, the last piece of me would snap. The door pushed open wider. She stood there holding a tray. On it was a white teacup with a delicate blue pattern, a small teapot, and a little plate with 2 plain cookies. The smell of the tea, a floral herbal scent, filled the room. It was the smell of this place, the smell of surrender. She looked at me, and her smile was so gentle, so full of a love I knew wasn't for me, not the real me. "Here we are," she said softly. "This will help." She took a step towards the bed, and then everything shattered. It wasn't a sound. It was a feeling, like the universe itself had snapped. The creamy walls of the room flickered, like a bad TV signal. For a split second, I saw my own bedroom wall, the one with the movie poster on it. The smell of tea was replaced by the sharp, metallic smell of the city air coming through my slightly open window. The weight of the rough blanket vanished, and I felt the familiar, light pressure of my own duvet. The other mother, the one holding the tray, flickered too. Her form glitched, her face stretching and distorting for a horrifying instant before solidifying back into that caring mask. Her eyes met mine, and in that moment, I saw something else in them. Not kindness, but a sharp, calculating intelligence, a flicker of surprise, and then what I can only describe as recognition. She knew. She knew I was fighting it. She knew I didn't belong. She took another step, her smile never wavering, but her eyes were now locked on mine, cold and intent. The tray was getting closer. I could feel the warmth radiating from the teapot. "Just a few sips," she coaxed, her voice a silken trap. That's when the screaming started in my head, a raw, primal no. I poured every ounce of my being, every memory, every scrap of who I was into that single silent thought. I am not yours. This is not my home. I felt a violent lurch, as if a giant hand had grabbed my soul and was yanking it backwards. The room, the woman, the tray, they all stretched away from me, elongating into impossible smeared colors. The smell of tea was ripped from my nostrils and replaced with the stale smell of my own sleep. The light changed from that dull, overcast grey to the bright, intrusive glare of the morning sun hitting my eyelids. I was back. I was in my bed, in my room. The popcorn ceiling, the crack near the vent, the red light on the smoke detector. It was all there. The relief was so immense it was painful, but I still couldn't move. I was lying in exactly the same position I'd been in when I woke up there. My body was still locked in that same heavy paralysis. I could only stare at my ceiling, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. The transition had been instantaneous, but the aftermath was a slow, terrifying thaw. For 30 minutes, I lay there, trapped in my own familiar shell, while the memories of that other life continued to flood my mind. I remembered the squeaky floorboard. I remembered the feel of the stiff sheets. I remembered the look in that other mother's eyes, first the gentle love, and then the cold, knowing intelligence. I remembered the pattern on the teacup, blue cornflowers. I remembered the sound of my other father turning the page of his newspaper. These weren't fading dreams. They were memories as solid and detailed as any from my real life. They were etched into me, slowly, feeling returned. It started as a tingling in my toes, a pins and needles sensation that crawled its way up my legs. I could twitch a finger, then another. It felt like an eternity before I could finally, shakily, push myself up on my elbows. My body ached, a deep, bone-level exhaustion, as if I'd just run a marathon in my sleep. I looked around my room. Everything was in its place. My phone was charging on the nightstand. My clothes were piled on the chair. It was all normal, but it didn't feel normal. It felt like a set, a convincing, well-constructed replica of my life. The disorientation was absolute. For a few seconds, I genuinely wasn't sure which world was the real one. The fear from that other place had followed me back, and it had seeped into the cracks of my own reality. I got up, my legs wobbling, and went to the window. I looked down at the street, at the cars and the people. It all looked right, but the feeling of wrongness persisted. It was like I was wearing a skin that didn't quite fit anymore. A part of me was still in that other room, in that other bed, waiting for a tea that was never coming. I never drank the tea. I don't know what would have happened if I had. I don't know if that was the point of no return. I don't know if it was a dream, a hallucination, or if I actually, for a few minutes, slipped into another universe where I had a different life, a different mother, and was slowly dying of some quiet illness. I don't know if that other version of me is still there, confused by the sudden absence of the consciousness that fought so hard to leave. I don't know if that other mother is still looking for her daughter. All I know is that it happened. The smell of damp earth and old flowers, the feel of rough cotton, the look in her eyes when she knew I was an imposter. It's been weeks, and I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, my body locked, terrified that when I open my eyes, I'll see that smooth, creamy ceiling again. I'm afraid to see my real mom, because for a split second, I'm scared it won't be her. I'm haunted by the life I almost lived and the chilling, unshakable certainty that I only just made it back. Story 18. The drive started out normal. Windows down a crack because the night air felt good. Radio playing some low-key station to keep me awake. I was tired, my eyes were heavy, and I remember thinking I should have just crashed on his couch. But I had work early the next morning, so I pushed through. About 20 minutes into the drive, I saw the glow up ahead. At first, I thought it was just construction lights or something, but as I got closer, I realized it was a fire, big and orange, lighting up the sky. Traffic had slowed to a crawl, and I could smell smoke even with the windows up. It was thick and acrid, like burning plastic and diesel. I inched forward for what felt like forever, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, and finally saw what was blocking the road. A semi-truck was completely engulfed in flames. I mean, it was a massive inferno, with flames licking up into the dark, and debris was scattered everywhere. Chunks of metal, what looked like tires, and bits of cargo all over the lanes. No police or fire trucks were there yet, which struck me as weird. Usually they're on scene fast for something like this. Cars were backed up for miles, and people were just sitting there, some with their hazards on, others peeking out windows. I felt a knot in my stomach, because I knew this was going to take ages to clear. After sitting there for another 10 minutes, not moving an inch, I really had to pee. I'd had a couple of beers at my cousin's, not enough to be drunk, but enough to make my bladder scream. I tried to hold it, but the pressure was building and I knew I couldn't wait. The woods along the highway looked dark and dense, but I figured I could slip in, do my business real quick, and get back before anything happened. I've done it before on long trips. Never had an issue, so I put my car in park, left the engine running, and stepped out. The air was cool, but the heat from the fire made it feel weirdly warm in patches. I could hear the crackle of the flames and the distant murmur of other drivers, but no one was really talking or getting out, except me. I walked toward the tree line, maybe 20 feet from the road. The ground was uneven, covered in leaves and twigs that crunched under my shoes. It was pitch black once I got past the first few trees, with only the firelight casting long, flickering shadows. I felt a little stupid, like I was being reckless, but the urge was too strong. I found a spot behind a thick oak tree, unzipped, and started relieving myself. The relief was immediate, and I let out a sigh, staring up at the bits of sky I could see through the branches. That's when I heard footsteps, not loud, but steady, like someone walking with purpose. I turned my head, thinking it was maybe another driver doing the same thing, but then I saw him. A man, tall and broad-shouldered, coming straight at me. He wasn't walking fast, but he was beelining right for me, no hesitation. I opened my mouth to say something like, "Hey, what's up?" But before any sound came out, he punched me square in the jaw. It wasn't a wild swing. It was precise and hard, like he'd done it before. The impact was brutal. My head snapped back, and I stumbled into the tree behind me. Pain exploded through my face, sharp and throbbing, and for a second, everything went blurry. I could taste blood, metallic and warm, and my ears rang like a bell had been struck. I slumped against the tree trunk, dazed, trying to get my bearings. My vision swam, and I saw him standing over me. His face shadowed, but his eyes fixed on me. He didn't say a word, just stared, and then he turned and walked away, back toward the road. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I pushed myself up, my jaw aching like hell, and that's when I saw him get into the car right behind mine. It was a beat-up sedan, dark-colored, maybe a Ford or something. And then it hit me. This was the guy I'd overtaken earlier on the highway. About half an hour before the traffic jam, I'd been stuck behind this car, going way under the speed limit, like 40 in a 65 zone. I'd gotten impatient and passed him, maybe a little too close. And I remember seeing his face in my rearview mirror. Just a glimpse, but he'd looked pissed. I didn't think much of it at the time. People get cut off, it happens. But now, lying there with my jaw on fire, I realized it was road rage. He must have recognized my car in the traffic and followed me into the woods. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, and stumbled back to my car. Every step sent jolts of pain through my head, and I could feel a lump already forming on my jaw. When I got to my car, I slid into the driver's seat and locked the doors, my hands shaking so bad I could barely grip the wheel. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw him sitting in his car, just staring ahead, like nothing had happened. No expression, nothing. It was chilling. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? Some guy punched me in the woods? With no witnesses and the chaos of the fire, it felt pointless. Plus, I was scared he'd see me on the phone and do something worse. After what felt like an eternity, one lane started moving slowly. The fire must have been contained enough for cars to get by, but it was still a mess. I merged back into traffic, my eyes glued to my mirrors. Sure enough, as soon as I started moving, he pulled out right behind me. My stomach dropped. He was tailgating me, staying so close I could see his headlights filling my rear view. I tried to speed up a little, but traffic was still heavy, and I didn't want to cause an accident. Every time I changed lanes, he did too, matching my moves exactly. It was like he was attached to my bumper. The fear was overwhelming, a cold, gripping sensation that made it hard to breathe. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and I kept checking my mirrors, expecting him to ram me or something. The highway started to clear up a bit as we got farther from the fire, and I saw my exit coming up in about 2 miles. I knew I had to lose him. I pushed my Civic harder, weaving through slower cars, but he stayed right on me. His headlights were like 2 angry eyes, never blinking. I could see his silhouette in the driver's seat, just a dark shape. But I knew he was watching me. When my exit came into view, I signaled late and swerved onto the off-ramp, hoping he'd miss it. But he followed, barely slowing down. The ramp led to a quieter road with a gas station at the end, one of those 24-hour places with bright lights. I pulled in fast, my tires squealing a little, and parked behind the building where it was darker, hoping he wouldn't see me. I killed the engine and slumped down in my seat, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could see the entrance from where I was, and a few seconds later, his car drove slowly past, like he was scanning the area. He didn't stop, just kept going, and I watched his taillights disappear down the road. I stayed there for what felt like hours, but it was probably only 20 minutes. My jaw was throbbing, and I could feel the adrenaline starting to fade, leaving me exhausted and shaky. I kept peeking out, making sure he wasn't circling back. When I finally felt safe enough, I started the car and drove home, taking back roads just in case. The whole way, I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see his headlights again. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and just stood there in the hallway, breathing heavy. I looked in the mirror and saw the bruise already forming, an ugly purple blotch on my jawline. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face in the shadows, or felt that punch all over again. The next day, I thought about reporting it, but I still didn't. What would be the point? No one saw it, and I didn't have his plate number. I'd been too panicked to get it. All I have is this memory, and the reminder that you should never ever get out of your car in a situation like that. It was completely unprovoked, just pure rage from a stranger, and it left me feeling vulnerable in a way I never have before. I keep thinking about what could have happened if I hadn't gotten away, or if he'd caught me somewhere else. It's one of those things that just sticks with you, you know, and I still don't have any answers. Why he did it, or who he was. It's just this hollow, scary feeling that won't go away. Story 19. I've never really talked about this with anyone before, but I feel like I need to get it out there. Maybe writing it down will help make sense of it, or maybe it'll just freak me out all over again. Either way, here goes. I was just a kid back then, maybe 9 or 10 years old. I can't remember exactly, but it was somewhere around that age. We lived in this old 2-story house with my mom and my younger brother. My dad was working overseas at the time, so it was just the 3 of us most days, and honestly it was tough. Money was tight and Mom was always stressed, which meant arguments happened a lot. That day, I remember it was a Saturday afternoon, and the weather was kind of gray and damp, like it had rained earlier and left everything feeling heavy and cold. My brother and I had been fighting over something stupid, like who got to pick the TV show or whatever. It started small, but then Mom got involved and things escalated fast. She was yelling at us to stop, and we were yelling back, and it just felt like the whole house was vibrating with anger. I remember my brother's face was all red, and Mom had that look she gets when she's about to lose it. Her eyes narrow, and her voice gets this sharp edge to it. We were in the living room, and the air was thick with tension, like you could almost taste it. Then, right in the middle of it all, we heard this sound from downstairs. It wasn't just any sound. It was a violent screeching noise, like someone was tearing at the strings of a violin with all their might. But here's the thing. Our violin was kept in its case, locked up in the basement. Nobody ever played it. It was just this old thing that had been in the family for years, collecting dust. The sound was so loud and aggressive that it cut through our yelling like a knife. We all froze mid-argument, just staring at each other. My brother's eyes went wide, and I felt this cold knot tighten in my stomach. For a second, nobody moved. Then my brother whispered, "What was that?" And we both bolted for the stairs. We rushed down to the basement door, but it was closed, and the screeching had stopped as suddenly as it started. The silence that followed was almost worse. It felt heavy, like something was waiting. We didn't dare open the door. Instead, we ran back upstairs to Mum's room, where she was already sitting on the edge of her bed, looking tired and annoyed. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice shaking. It sounded like the violin. Mom just shook her head and said, "It was probably the wind or something. Maybe the pipe's acting up. You two need to stop letting your imaginations run wild." She said it in this dismissive tone, like she was too exhausted to deal with it, but I could tell she was uneasy too. Her hands were trembling a little as she smoothed out her skirt. We tried to argue, but she shut us down, telling us to go back to whatever we were doing. So we did, but the rest of the afternoon was quiet and tense. Nobody talked much, and every little noise made me jump. As evening rolled around, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The house felt different, colder, darker, like the shadows were longer than they should be. I remember helping Mom with dinner, and she was quiet, not her usual self. My brother kept glancing toward the basement door, and I knew he was thinking about it too. We ate in silence, and afterward I went to my room early. I shared a room with my brother, but he was still downstairs watching TV, so I was alone. I tried to read a book to distract myself, but I couldn't focus. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear that screeching sound in my head. Eventually, I gave up and got into bed. The room was dark except for the faint glow from the streetlight outside, casting long, weird shadows on the walls. I remember pulling the covers up to my chin, trying to feel safe, but my heart was still racing. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up, but not really waking up. It was like I was trapped between sleep and being awake, and I couldn't move a muscle. That's when the sleep paralysis hit. I'd never experienced it before, so I had no idea what was happening. One moment I was asleep, and the next, my eyes were open, but I was completely frozen. I couldn't turn my head, couldn't lift my arms, couldn't even scream. It was terrifying in a way I can't even describe, like being buried alive inside your own body. My mind was screaming, but my mouth wouldn't work. And then I heard it, a low metallic humming coming from the corner of the room. It wasn't loud, but it was steady and eerie, like the sound of an old machine grinding away in the distance. I tried to focus on where it was coming from, but my eyes were stuck staring at the ceiling. Out of the corner of my vision, though, I saw movement. Slowly, painfully slowly, this figure emerged from the shadows. It was an old woman, I think, with tangled white hair that looked like it hadn't been combed in years. Her skin was pale and wrinkled, and her eyes, God, her eyes were the worst part. They were blank and glistening like wet stones, and they seemed to stare right through me. She didn't walk so much as glide, moving closer without making a sound. As she got nearer, I could smell her. It was this overwhelming scent of damp wood and rot, like something that had been left in a cellar for too long. The smell filled my nostrils and made me want to gag. But I couldn't even do that. My chest felt tight, like I was suffocating, and I could feel this pressure building up inside me. I was begging in my mind over and over, please wake up, please wake up. But nothing happened. She kept coming closer until she was right beside my bed, leaning over me. Her face was inches from mine, and I could see every detail, the deep lines around her mouth, the way her hair stuck to her skin like it was wet. Then she reached out a hand toward me. It was bony and pale, with long fingers that looked like they could claw right through me. I felt this coldness wash over me, like I'd been dunked in ice water, and the suffocation got worse. It was like something was pressing down on my chest, squeezing the air out of me. I was convinced I was going to die right there, in my own bed, without being able to move or call for help. My mind was racing, thinking about my brother, my mom, how they'd find me in the morning. I kept trying to thrash, to break free, but I was pinned. Suddenly, without any warning, my body jerked violently. It was this uncontrollable spasm that shot through me, and the next thing I knew, I was tumbling off the bed and hitting the floor with a thud. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and for a second, I just lay there, gasping. When I looked up, the figure was gone. The humming had stopped, and the room was silent again. Except for the sound of my own ragged breathing, I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I flicked on the light switch, and the room was empty. Just my bed, my brother's bed, and the usual mess of toys and clothes. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, wrapped in a blanket, and just stared into the room, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. The rest of the night passed slowly, and when morning came, I felt exhausted and shaken. I told my mom about it, but she just said it was a bad dream, maybe from the stress of the day before. My brother believed me, though. He said he'd heard something too, but he didn't want to talk about it. The thing is, that wasn't the end of it. A few nights later, I heard the violin again, this time softer, like it was teasing me. But that day, that one specific day, was when it all started. I've never been able to explain what happened. Was it sleep paralysis or something else? I don't know. All I know is that fear has stuck with me ever since, like a shadow I can't shake. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear that humming, or smell that damp, rotten smell. And I'm left wondering if it was real, or if my mind was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I think it was real, and that's what scares me the most. Story 20. I still don't know how to talk about this without my hands shaking, but I need to get it out somewhere. Maybe writing it down will make it feel less real, or maybe it'll just confirm that I'm not crazy. This happened years ago when my family moved back to my grandpa's village in Turkey after my dad lost his job in the city. I was just a kid, maybe 10 or 11, and my twin sister and I were stuck in this place that felt like it was from another time. The air always smelled like wood smoke and damp earth, and the houses were crammed together so tight You could hear your neighbors arguing through the thin walls. That particular day started like any other, except I woke up with this heavy feeling in my chest, like something was sitting on me. I'd been having these dreams for weeks, vivid, awful dreams that felt more real than being awake. In one, there was this shirtless man, his skin pale and stretched tight over his ribs, and he was just standing in a field behind our house. He didn't have any arms, just stumps where they should have been, and he was staring at me with these blank eyes. I could see the veins pulsing under his skin, and he'd open his mouth like he was trying to say something, but no sound came out. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would crack my ribs. That morning, the dream was worse than usual. I bolted upright in bed, gasping for air, and my sister was already awake, watching me from her bed across the room. She didn't say anything, just hugged her knees to her chest, her eyes wide. We shared a room in my grandpa's house, and it was always cold, no matter how many blankets we piled on. The floorboards creaked if you so much as shifted your weight, and the window had a crack in the glass that let in a draft. I could feel it on my face as I tried to calm down. "Same dream," my sister whispered, her voice barely audible. I just nodded, rubbing my arms to warm them up. My skin was clammy, and I could still picture that man's face, the way his mouth hung open. It wasn't just him, though. In other dreams, I'd see my grandma, who'd passed away a few months before. She'd look normal at first, smiling like she used to, but then her eyes would go black, and she'd point at me without saying a word. My grandpa said it was the jinn, these spirits that could mess with your mind, especially if you were vulnerable. He'd been doing rituals to protect us, burning herbs and chanting prayers in the corner of the living room every night. The smell of sage and something bitter, like myrrh, clung to everything in the house. I got out of bed and pulled on my school clothes, a faded blue shirt and trousers that were too short because I'd grown over the summer. My sister did the same, and we didn't talk much as we headed downstairs. The house was quiet except for the sound of my grandpa moving around in the kitchen. He was an old man, with deep wrinkles around his eyes and hands that trembled a little when he held things. But he had this intensity about him, like he knew things we didn't. In the kitchen, he was already at the stove making tea. The room was small, with peeling wallpaper and a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. He glanced at me, and his eyes narrowed. "You look pale," he said, his voice rough. "Bad dreams again?" I nodded, shuffling my feet on the cold linoleum floor. "The man without arms," I muttered, "and Grandma." He sighed and stirred the tea, the spoon clinking against the pot. "I told you the jinn are strong here. They feed on fear." He'd explained before that our neighbor, a man named Hassan who lived 2 houses down, practiced black magic. Grandpa said Hassan had been dabbling in things he shouldn't, and it had stirred up the spirits in the village. Sometimes at night, I'd see flickering lights in Hassan's yard, and once I caught a whiff of something burning that wasn't wood. It was sweet and sickly, like rotting flowers. After breakfast, Grandpa made us stand in the living room while he did his protection ritual. He lit a bundle of dried herbs and waved the smoke around us, muttering prayers under his breath. The smoke stung my eyes and made me cough, but I stood still, feeling a little safer for it. My sister held my hand, her grip tight. Outside, the sky was overcast and the wind whistled through the cracks in the window frames. I could hear chickens clucking in someone's yard, and far off, the call to prayer from the mosque. It should have felt peaceful, but everything felt charged, like the air before a storm. We left for school a little later, walking down the narrow dirt path that cut through the village. The houses were made of stone and wood, with rusty metal roofs, and kids were already playing in the streets, kicking a ball around. My sister and I didn't talk much. We just kept close, our shoulders brushing, The school was a single-story building at the edge of the village, surrounded by fields where farmers grew wheat and vegetables. As we got closer, I started feeling that heaviness in my chest again, like something was watching me. The school day dragged on. We had classes in a cramped room with too many kids, and the teacher's voice droned on about math and history. I couldn't concentrate. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see the shirtless man from my dream, or my grandma's black eyes. During break, my sister and I stayed in the classroom while the other kids ran outside to play. The room smelled of chalk dust and old books, and the windows were grimy, letting in a dim light. I was staring at the cracks in the ceiling when I felt a chill run down my spine. It was like someone had dropped ice down my back. I turned to look out the window, and that's when I saw him, the dwarf man from my dreams. He was standing at the edge of the schoolyard, near the fence that separated it from the fields. In my dreams, he'd always been this small, hunched figure with a twisted smile, and he'd follow me through dark corridors. Now, he was real. He was wearing ragged clothes, and his head was too big for his body, with beady eyes that seemed to lock onto mine. He wasn't moving, just standing there, staring. My breath caught in my throat, and I grabbed my sister's arm. "Look," I whispered, my voice shaking. She followed my gaze and froze. "Is that—" She didn't finish, but I knew what she meant. We'd both dreamed about him, this dwarf man who'd pop up in the worst moments, sometimes laughing soundlessly. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. This wasn't a dream. I could see the dirt on his clothes, the way the wind ruffled his hair. He took a step forward, and I flinched, expecting him to vanish or something, but he didn't. He kept walking toward the school, his movements jerky, like a puppet on strings. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. The other kids were still playing, laughing and shouting, but it felt like they were miles away. All I could focus on was him. He stopped about 20 feet from the window, and his eyes never left mine. Then he smiled, a wide, toothy grin that didn't reach his eyes. It was the same smile from my dreams, and it made my stomach twist. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. My sister was squeezing my hand so hard it hurt. "We have to tell someone," she said, her voice trembling. "But who would believe us? The teachers thought we were city kids with overactive imaginations. Plus, if Grandpa found out, he'd just do more rituals, and I wasn't sure if they were working anymore." The bell rang for the next class, and the other kids started filing back in. I kept my eyes on the dwarf man, but as the yard filled with people, he turned and walked away, disappearing behind the fence. For a second, I thought maybe I'd imagined it, but the chill in the air remained. The rest of the day was a blur. I couldn't pay attention to anything. Every noise made me jump, and I kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see him again. After school, my sister and I walked home in silence. The village seemed darker than usual, the shadows longer. When we got to the house, Grandpa was waiting on the porch, his face grim. "You saw something today," he said, not a question. I nodded, too shaken to speak. We went inside, and I told him everything, about the dwarf man, how he looked exactly like in my dreams, how he'd smiled at me. Grandpa listened without interrupting, his hands clasped tightly. When I finished, he let out a long breath. "The jinn are making themselves known," he said. "They're testing you." That night he did another ritual, more intense than before. He burned more herbs and drew symbols on the floor with salt. The smell was overwhelming, and the smoke made my eyes water. My sister and I huddled together on the couch watching. I kept thinking about the dwarf man, how real he'd been. It wasn't just a ghost or a figment of my imagination. He was solid, tangible. That's what scared me the most. Later, when we were in bed, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face. My sister was awake too, and we just lay there, listening to the sounds of the house settling. Then, around midnight, I heard something outside, a soft scratching noise, like fingers dragging along the window pane. I sat up, my heart in my throat. The moon was out, casting a pale light into the room, and I could see shadows moving on the wall. I crept out of bed and went to the window. The crack in the glass was still there, and I pressed my face to it, peering outside. At first, I didn't see anything, just the empty yard and the dark shapes of trees. But then something moved near the fence. It was the dwarf man. He was standing there looking up at the window, and this time he was closer than before. I could see the details of his face, the deep lines around his mouth, the way his eyes reflected the moonlight. He raised a hand and pointed at me, just like my grandma had in my dreams. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet, and landed hard on the floor. My sister sat up, asking what was wrong, but I couldn't get the words out. I just pointed at the window. When we looked again, he was gone, but the feeling of being watched lingered, like a weight on my shoulders. The next morning, I told Grandpa, and he didn't say anything, just looked older and more tired. He increased the rituals, but I don't know if it helped. We moved away from the village a year later, and I never saw the dwarf man again, not in real life. But sometimes in dreams he still shows up, smiling that same empty smile. I'm older now, and I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was stress, or maybe I imagined it all. But deep down, I know what I saw. That day at school, and that night, it was real. The djinn, the dreams, all of it. And I still can't explain why it happened or what it meant. It just did. Story 21. I've never been the kind of person who talks about this stuff. I'm just a regular guy, or I was, before everything fell apart. This happened about 3 years ago, in the middle of a Florida summer so hot and wet it felt like you were breathing through a soaked rag. I'd been living out of my car for 2 months at that point, a beat-up old Honda Civic that smelled like mildew and desperation. The job had dried up, the savings were gone, and the friends, well, let's just say you find out who your friends are real quick when you can't pay your share of the rent. That particular day was a Thursday. I remember because the garbage trucks would wake me up at 6 in the morning, their grinding roars echoing through the nearly empty parking lot of the strip mall where I'd parked to sleep. I'd chosen it because the security guard, an older guy named Ray, would sometimes look the other way if you were gone by sunrise. That morning I woke up not to the garbage truck, but to the sound of my own stomach cramping. It was a hollow, twisting pain I'd gotten used to, but that day it was sharper. I'd eaten the last of my crackers the night before, a stale sleeve of saltines that did nothing but make me thirsty. I sat up in the driver's seat, my back aching from being curled up all night. The sun was just starting to turn the sky a nasty shade of orange, and the heat was already creeping in, making the inside of the car feel like a greenhouse. I checked my phone. The screen was cracked, but it still lit up to show me a 3% battery and no new messages, no job replies, no calls back, nothing. I had maybe $5 in my wallet, and that was for gas to get me to a job interview that, let's be honest, I was probably never going to get. A wave of something worse than hunger just washed over me. It was this complete and total hopelessness. It felt like I was at the bottom of a deep, dark well, and everyone I'd ever known was just walking by overhead, their footsteps fading away. I was 34 years old, and I had nothing. No home, no food, no future. The thought that kept circling in my head, the one I couldn't shake, was that it would just be easier if I wasn't here anymore. Not in a dramatic way, not like I was planning anything, just the idea of the pain stopping was so seductive, to just close my eyes and not have to fight anymore. And that's when I thought of my mum. She'd passed from cancer 5 years earlier, and I still missed her every single day. She was the kind of person who could fix anything with a hug and a plate of warm cookies. In that moment, sitting in that hot, stinking car, watching the world wake up without me, I felt more alone than I ever had in my life. I didn't say anything out loud. I just thought it. I directed the thought up at the stained roof of my car, hoping somehow it would get through. Mom, I thought, my eyes squeezed shut against the sting of tears. I don't know what to do. I can't do this anymore. I'm so tired. I just need some help. Please. It wasn't a prayer, not really. It was just a raw, silent scream from a place inside me I didn't know was still there. I sat there for a few minutes after, just breathing, feeling stupid and even more alone for having done it. Nothing happened. The car was still hot. My stomach still hurt. The world outside was still moving on. I shook my head, wiped my face with the back of my hand, and started the car. The engine coughed to life, and I pulled out of the parking lot with no idea where I was going. I drove for maybe 20 minutes, just aimlessly, heading towards the beach, because sometimes the breeze off the water was cooler. My phone, sitting in the cup holder, started to vibrate. I glanced at it, expecting it to be a spam call. The screen lit up, and the name that flashed there made my heart just stop for a second. It was Sarah. Sarah was an old friend from high school. We'd stayed in touch loosely over the years, but we weren't close. The thing about Sarah was, she was a medium, or she said she was. I'd always been a skeptic. I loved her to death, but I'd always filed her gift under the category of quirky friend stuff, like someone who's really into astrology. I hadn't spoken to her in over a year. My first instinct was to let it go to voicemail. I was in no state to make small talk, but some little nagging feeling, made me hit the answer button and put her on speaker. Hello? Hey, her voice came through, and it was different. It wasn't her usual bubbly, chatty tone. It was quiet, serious. I'm sorry to call out of the blue like this. Are you driving right now? Are you safe? That threw me. Yeah, I'm in my car. I'm fine. What's up, Sarah? There was a pause on the other end, and I could hear her take a slow breath. This is going to sound crazy, she said, her voice dropping to almost a whisper, but I was just sitting here having my coffee, and your mom, she just showed up. She's right here. A cold shiver, completely separate from the stifling heat in the car, went straight down my spine. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. What are you talking about? I managed to say, my voice tight. She's here, Sarah repeated, her voice firm but gentle. She's telling me to tell you that you don't have to be so scared. She says you're thinking about giving up, but you can't. She says it's not your time. I had to pull over. I swerved into the parking lot of a closed-down laundromat, the tires crunching on broken glass. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I felt dizzy. She's showing me a car, Sarah continued, her words coming faster now, like she was relaying a message she couldn't control. It's hot inside. It smells like old fast food and mildew. She says you're hungry. She says you have $5 in your wallet and you're thinking of using it for gas, but you need to get something to eat instead. There's a place, a little diner a few blocks from where you are. She says to go there. She says to order the pancakes. She says they'll help. I was crying now, properly crying, hot tears streaming down my face. I hadn't told a single soul about the $5. I hadn't told anyone I was sleeping in my car. The mildew smell. That was my car. It was all true. Every specific, humiliating detail. She loves you so much, Sarah said, and her own voice was thick with emotion. She wants you to know she's okay. More than okay. She's showing me this place. It's beautiful. It's like highlands. Rolling green hills, a huge open sky. It's peaceful. And she's not alone. She's with someone, a man. She says you'll know who it is. I did know. My mom had a high school sweetheart, a man named David, who had died in a car accident when they were both 19. She'd loved him her whole life, even after she married my dad. She'd only ever talked about him a handful of times, but the way she spoke about him, it was like he was a piece of her soul she'd lost. She was with him. She says to hang on, Sarah finished. Just a little while longer. Help is coming, she promised. We talked for a few more minutes, but I don't really remember what was said. My head was spinning. After we hung up, I just sat there in the laundromat parking lot, shaking. The world hadn't changed, the sun was still brutal, my car was still a piece of junk, but something fundamental had shifted inside me. That deep, crushing loneliness was gone. It had been filled with this electric, terrifying awe. I looked at the $5 bill in my wallet, then I started the car and drove. I didn't know the area well, but I followed what felt like an instinct, turning left, then right. And there it was, just like she'd said, a little diner I'd never noticed before, tucked between a pawn shop and a nail salon, called Elsie's. I went in. The air conditioning was a blessing. I sat in a sticky vinyl booth and ordered the pancakes. They cost $4.95. When they came, 3 fluffy golden discs with a pat of butter melting on top, I ate them like I'd never eaten before. It was the best food I'd ever tasted. The rest of that day was a blur. I felt like I was walking in a dream. The sheer, impossible reality of what had happened was too big to process. That night, exhausted but no longer despairing, I drove back to my usual strip mall spot. Ray, the security guard, gave me a nod, which he never did. I curled up in the back seat, the lingering taste of syrup still in my mouth, and fell into the deepest, most profound sleep of my life. And I dreamed. I wasn't in my car anymore. I was standing on a vast, open plain. The air was cool and clean, smelling of rain and wild thyme. It was the most peaceful place I had ever been. The grass was a vibrant, impossible green, rolling away in gentle hills under a sky that was a soft twilight purple, even though it felt like daytime. In the distance I could see mountains, their peaks tipped with a light that wasn't quite snow, something brighter. And then I saw her, my mom. She was younger than I remembered her, maybe in her late 20s. She was wearing a simple light blue dress, and she was barefoot in the grass. She was smiling, and the smile reached all the way to her eyes in a way I hadn't seen since before she got sick. She was holding hands with a man I'd only ever seen in faded photographs. David. He was tall and lanky, with a kind face. He looked at my mom with so much love it almost hurt to see. "You came," my mom said. And her voice was exactly the same gentle tone she'd used to read me bedtime stories. Am I dead?" I asked, and my voice sounded small in that huge, quiet place. She laughed, a light, happy sound that echoed slightly. "No, baby, not even close. You're just visiting. I wanted to show you. I wanted you to see that I'm happy, that this is real." She let go of David's hand, and he smiled at me. A warm, welcoming smile, before he turned and walked a little ways away, giving us space. My mom came closer and took my hands. Her hands were warm and solid. I could feel the texture of her skin, the pressure of her fingers. It felt more real than anything in the waking world. "I heard you today," she said, her eyes serious now. "I will always hear you, but you have to keep going. Your story isn't finished." "I don't know how," I whispered, the memory of the hunger and the heat rushing back. "You will," she said. She looked over her shoulder, towards a cluster of low, silvery trees. I followed her gaze and saw them then, children, dozens of them, of all ages playing in the grass. Some were running, some were sitting quietly, but they all looked content, safe. "This is what I do now," my mom said, her voice filled with a quiet pride. "These are the ones who got lost, the ones who were scared and alone when they came here. I help them find their way. I mother them until their own families can come for them." She looked back at me, and her eyes were shining. "And one day, a long, long time from now, this will be your work too. When it's your time, you'll come here. And you'll help me. You'll have your own children to look after. You don't have to die to find your purpose, but your purpose is waiting for you here, when the time is right." The love in her eyes wasn't just the love a mother has for her child. It was bigger than that. It was a cosmic, unconditional love that wrapped around me like a blanket. In that moment, every doubt I'd ever had about God or an afterlife or anything beyond the physical world just vanished. It was replaced by a certainty so solid it felt like a rock in the center of my chest. I woke up. The sun was just starting to rise, casting a pale pink light through my dirty windshield. I was still in my car. I was still homeless, but I was different. I sat up, and for the first time in months, I didn't feel the heavy weight of dread. I felt light. I looked at my phone. It was dead, but it didn't matter. I knew, with a certainty I can't explain, that things were going to be okay. Later that morning, I got a call from a temp agency I'd registered with weeks ago. They had a 2-week data entry job that started that day. It wasn't much, but it was a start. A week after that, I got a call about an apartment, a tiny studio I could almost afford with the temp work. It was in a bad part of town, but it had a roof and a lock on the door. I never told anyone about that day. Not the whole story. How could I? But I think about it all the time. I think about the cool grass under my bare feet in that dream. I think about the look on my mom's face. I think about the children. I'm not homeless anymore. I have a steady job now, a small apartment that I keep very clean. I volunteer at a local youth shelter on the weekends. It's not the same, I know that, but it feels connected. It feels like practice. I still talk to my mom sometimes in my head. I don't get phone calls from mediums anymore, and I haven't had another dream like that. I don't need to. The one was enough. It solidified everything. I know with every fiber of my being that she's out there in those highlands waiting, and I know that one day, a long, long time from now, I'll go to her and I'll finally understand what it really means to come home.